12:05 here in the City Center Conference Room. Meetings and proceedings of the meeting are recorded, will be posted to the Provo City website subsequently. Please be aware that the microphones on the table pick up the noise of paper and other rustling objects, as well as side conversations. Beginning with Ms. Jorgensen, I invite a roll call.
Louise Jorgensen.
Brian Jones.
Al Moore.
Stephen Hales.
Matt Taylor.
Dave Sewell.
Gary Winterton. John Curtis.
Wayne Parker.
Thank you. We have a distinct pleasure today of welcoming to our meeting Dean Weiss, the city recorder, who has come to offer the opening prayer and then to speak about her particular office.
Our dear kind Mother in heaven, we are so very grateful this day to be able to meet as a group of elected officials and city employees to talk about and work out some of the business of the city. We're grateful for the opportunity that we have to be a part of this, and we hope that we might be able to work with each other to help do what's best for the city of Provo. We're thankful for the freedoms that we have living in this great country, and we are so grateful that Thou hast blessed us with this. We're grateful, Heavenly Father, for all the other blessings Thou hast given us, and we ask that special blessing to be with us, that we might consider those feelings of everyone involved. And we say these things humbly in the name of Thy beloved Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I'm so excited to spend just a few minutes with you, or just less, to talk about what I do for the city. I, as many of you are aware of, one of my major jobs is the election official for Provo City. So that means I get to run the elections and get to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And I was able to meet and get to know some of you, many of you, during the elections. I was so grateful for that. I love that feeling because I think I get that more than any other city employee. I have that one-on-one contact with you. I also am responsible for grant requests for the city. I'm responsible for countersigning all of the official documents and the contracts. And so I am the official record keeper of the city. The recorder is the official record keeper of the city. So one of the things I wanted to do, and if you'll bear with me for a moment, I'm just going to take a page from Chair Miller's cultural moment. And I have right here, this is the minutes from 1912 to 1916. And you'll notice it's very small. I kind of have a tendency to write a little bit more. And if any of you ever want to kind of just come down and take a look at these, it is so interesting to see some of the things that happened. But I wanted to read a little excerpt, and I think you all will appreciate this. This is from a letter dated May 2nd, 1914. So this was almost 100 years ago today. Now, what had happened was a group of citizens had filed a complaint with the mayor and the city commission about a billboard that had been erected by their homes. And it was a nuisance because apparently there were men that kind of hid behind the billboard and drank. And then it was also obstructing their view of the city. And so the commissioners asked the city attorney, whose name was Jacob Coleman at the time, to write just a brief opinion on what should be done. And this is just an excerpt from Mr. Coleman's letter. He states, "We have no ordinance regulating the height or manner of construction of billboards. Although the city has ample authority to enact and enforce by ordinance reasonable regulations respecting the erection and maintenance of billboards and other structures used for advertising purposes. Such an ordinance, however, could only affect the construction of billboards in the future and could not authorize the destruction of billboards erected prior to its passage. The mere fact that a building or billboard obstructs the view of neighboring property does not constitute a nuisance." And I thought, things just never changed. Here it is, 100 years later, and what are we dealing with? Billboards. So I just encourage you, this job has given me an amazing opportunity to connect with the past. And I love it, because each one of you are a link in that chain that will connect the past with the future. The decisions you make in the next few years are going to make that connection. And I am just here to memorialize those changes. And so I am so grateful for the work that each one of you does. You're just vital and important, and I appreciate the efforts that you each put into your job and the amount of time and sacrifice. And someday, 100 years from now, somebody is going to be reading an excerpt saying the Bill Wars. So that's what I do, and that's why I love my job. Thank you.
I mean, so we can come down and read that book that's in your office.
Absolutely. I have a lot of books. It's just amazing, the historical data that's down there in that vault.
Thank you for sharing that.
Are there copies of them in the library, or is this the only record of them?
We are in the process, this one and many of the old ones have already been microfilmed, but we are in the process of scanning them into Sire so that we can access them out on the public.
Now, is this your typical pose if we were to find you in the streets?
This will be my typical pose. I love it.
Thank you so very much.
Thanks for your enthusiasm.
That's part.
I've been trying to ask for a motion to adjourn. That was wonderful. Thank you. Wayne, thank you very much. We now take up item 4, a discussion of council member lunch meetings. Then turn to Mr. Bill.
Somehow it's on the agenda, I wasn't quite sure, but.
Nor was I.
Well, it's only in for leadership, so the intent wasn't clear in my mind, but, I confirmed with other staff members, it was clear in their mind that that was the intent. I suppose I just preface this initiated from a discussion Mr. Sewell initiated with me over email about these lunch meetings that he's been organizing with Kim jointly, I think. And there's been some interest for more than 3 council members to be in attendance. In fact, yesterday we had 4. And so what do we need to do? Is it just noticing? And after looking at it, it's a little bit more than just noticing the meeting. I copied that email to all of you, I believe, outlining the statutory requirements of, one, once you have a quorum with the council, it kind of becomes to discuss issues pertaining to the city is essentially a council meeting. The state statute allows any 2 council members to call one of these meetings, and at that point, some other open meeting records and laws take into effect, such as the taking of minutes and the recording of the meeting. So that discussion was had, and yesterday we went ahead and noticed it just in case we wanted to have the opportunity for all council members to be involved if that was the intent. So we did commit staff resources for that meeting, and we'll have to have such subsequently. I suppose the question and the reason for this discussion is just, and Mr. Johnson, you'll help me summarize. Number 1, is this I suppose one of the trade-offs is not every council member will be able to attend these meetings, and so there's sort of a policy question there, having official council meetings where not every council member can attend. A second policy question related is the commitment of staff resources to these official meetings. And Brian, there was additional one?
Yeah, there were again, there's many pros to it certainly, and I think we all see that. And the reason why we wanted to make a presentation is because once it becomes official, then it becomes an official act of the entire body, and so we felt like it's important to have the entire body weigh in. And so some of the pros probably go without saying that, interaction with communities, perception by those community members that their voice is heard, an opportunity outside of it's a little bit less formal to talk about city issues. But as Matt mentioned, some of the issues that probably need to be considered are, once it becomes an official meeting of the council, who actually organizes, who sets it, who's in charge of the agenda, who controls what does or doesn't go on the agenda. How do council members who can't go at the time when it's been scheduled for feel about the fact that now it's an official meeting but they can't go at that time? So does there need to be a discussion about doing it at a different time, or do those members who can't go just not care? But all of those issues, along with let's see, I'm trying to remember what I covered, agenda, time setting control. One of the things we discussed was there's at least a possibility, and I have no idea how people would feel about this, there's a possibility that members who weren't going or can't go would be opposed to the idea that this was actually an official meeting, because now it's almost, they could be subject to claims they're shirking their duty by not showing up now that it's an official meeting of the body. And so we just felt like it was important to lay those out, those pros and cons out, and have a discussion so that the whole body could decide whether they do want it to be official or whether they would prefer it to be unofficial.
Yeah, and I should have prefaced on to Brian. I think there are positives to doing these type of events, and for the reasons that Brian mentioned, it should all need a balance with some other realities as well as we kick into that quorum threshold.
And the other one I meant to mention is, now that it's been noticed, you'll find the converse is true, which is that if we make a conscious decision to limit it to 3, so that we don't have to make it formal, you're going to face criticism for limiting it to 3 so that you don't have to observe the formalities. So it's a balancing test.
I might mention too, I think if it's official, I think the administration will feel like we would be shirking our duties if we're not there.
Yeah, and
That's
as
complicating.
I exited the meeting, one of the members of the public said to me, well, I sure hate to see the informality of this lost. So you have some public, maybe competing public interests too. Maybe some want that informality, but others are going to criticize you for not doing it.
I think
Perhaps not having formality.
one thing I heard brought up too is that there's a little bit of a bar for entry that's at least assumed because you're paying for lunch. And if the president felt like they wanted to attend, but didn't want to pay for lunch, then you're saying basically to go to a public meeting and have to try lunch.
There was some discussion on that on Facebook that people said, we attended, we didn't buy lunch, so we didn't go out and get it. But I can see how that would be a factor.
I'd like to comment.
I personally attended my first one yesterday, so that was the first time that I did one. I think it's a great idea, and a lot of people, as has been mentioned, thought it was nice to have a more informal setting to talk to the council person. In our official meetings, it's very difficult for there to be interaction like that. Oftentimes they're limited in what they can say at the time period and so on. So I think it's good. I think Kim and Dave, when they've set these up, have just invited other members of the council to come. But I think it's probably best for it to be an informal thing rather than an official meeting. And if they want to do it on their own or invite 1 or 2 others or rotate, I think as long as we kept it to under 3 members of the council, it wouldn't have to be official. I think we would still accomplish all the things that everyone is hoping that we'll accomplish. I think 3 or under. 3 or under, yes. So I would encourage it not to be an official meeting, to keep it to 3 or under, allow people to do however they want to do it.
I agree with that personally, and my only concern is making sure that the council feels like they have the opportunity to be involved. Each council member, if we're only limiting it to 3, how do we determine which 3? Do we do it on a rotating basis? Or is it the first 3 to sign up? I think we ought to have some type of rotation where everyone has the opportunity to participate because they would like to.
Mr. Chair, could I make a quick comment? Just about the alternatives I see as you discuss this. One reason it came up is because the discussion in leadership was, well, maybe we should just notice this every single time regardless of who's planning on attending in case more people show up. And so as I see it, I think you have probably three choices. One choice is to say, it's going to be the policy of the council that no more than 3 people come, and we're never going to notice it. We're just not going to devote staff time and resources to doing that. Or we're going to make it an official meeting. We're always going to notice it, and whether 4 more people show up or not. Or the third one is we're going to presume that it's informal by default, but if we have one where 4 or more respond that they're coming, we'll notice it. The one difficulty about that is because of the work week and the meeting being on Monday, it had to be noticed on Thursday. So people would have to have decided by Thursday whether they were coming or not.
Maybe just a little background. I think the idea for this started many months ago. I started attending a lunch with a group that's called Provo. Brian Chapman, Dave Cabanilla, Taylor Oldroyd, some of the people that are kind of sponsoring that. I found them very informative. I think Mr. Leonard has been there as well. But I noticed one day that the comments were very focused on a particular point of view, and they were talking about some people that had a different point of view in a negative way. And I thought, what would really be nice is if I could go to something like this and hear from a variety of points of view, so that anyone who wanted to could come and express their opinion. So that was sort of the genesis of the idea. So I think the intent was not to start a new group or to have a meeting that would consist of a group that had a particular viewpoint, but would be one where everyone would be welcome to participate. I think I agree with Mr. Energy and Mr. Hales, having it formal like it was yesterday, and the additional staff time, the recording, and now maybe the administration feeling like they have to come, and it just seems like overkill for what the original objectives were to be.
I agree that the meeting should stay informal. I view it the same way as neighborhood meetings. Somehow I wish they could stay under the direction of others other than the council, a neighborhood chair. I don't know if there might be a model we could explore that would rotate the event around among our neighborhood chairs so that it could stay, under someone else's direction. But I think it should stay informal. I agree with Gary that we should rotate the attendance as best as we can among others, among everyone, all council members. But I know the invitation's out there for everyone to attend. I think there would be possibly a feeling among some council members, though, if 3 had spoken up first, to not be the 4th one who is going to displace someone else. So we have to figure that out as well, I think. I also recognize the challenges of having it under an interest group's direction. Provo isn't the only group that likes to do this, and so I don't know how you turn it over to them as well. I mean, you have Provo Forward and Melanie's group. So the only thing I know for sure is that it should stay informal if we can address the other issues.
So having it formal at one time was enough.
The resources, the other implications,
Well, given that this was something that Dave and Kim hatched, I think fair to say, as part of their interest coming out of the campaign, One way to proceed is just to leave it in their hands. Ask them, they will be sensitive to the issues that have been mentioned here. Let's go from there. Should there ever communication, then 4 members of the council are bent on being present, then we can do as we did yesterday. We have the notice of the previous Thursday.
Are you two interested in doing it every other week, or would you like one of us to? That way you don't have to open the discussions. I'd be willing to take a turn and just say,
I would love that.
hey, that'd be great. That way those that would be interested.
Let's just leave it to them to pursue that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to take the next one, that'd be great. I don't know. Or whatever. We can work that out.
Yeah,
That way you-
anyone that wants to, I think that's a good idea. We can all participate and take a turn, and then,
But we'll ask them nominally to oversee.
fine, that's great.
If you feel like it would not disrupt the formality issue, we could make the library, find a room in the library, just have people brown bag it, and if that helps with this feeling uncomfortable issue, whether it's the library or the rec center or something, you can find a place for it to meet.
I think that would be good to rotate that in as something we do. An option, we may do a lunch occasionally, and then General Pudmire suggested we do one in the park. We could do that as well.
Let's just adopt it thoroughly and send them to let it evolve. Thank you very much. Santiago joined us. And Mr. Garrett, previously. We now turn to Dan Gonzalez, the home program administrator, to lead a discussion of the community development block grant 5-year consolidated plan. And on to Rob.
You only use the microphone in terms of brightness and.
If you can hear me, I'll use the microphone, because I like to kind of listen to the card. They get nervous sometimes. Can you raise
Yeah.
Well, thank you for giving us this opportunity. I am Dan Gonzalez, and Concord and Melissa came down as well. We are all part of the redevelopment agency, and we administer grants we receive from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to keep it short, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, and the Home Investment Partnership Program. We receive these grants as an entitlement city, meaning that HUD develops a formula based on population and many other things, and determines what entities receive these funds. However, in the process of being nominated as an entitlement city doesn't automatically assume that we receive the funding. We have to follow certain requirements, and one of them is to set up a 5-year consolidated plan. And so we have been doing this, for the last several years, and the next one is due to start on June 1st of 2015. Oh, I'm sorry.
Welcoming.
Mr. Glasser. So we start early the process of that, and as some of you may be familiar, every year we do an update, an action plan update to that 5-year consolidated plan. We had some discussions with Mr. Horton a few weeks ago, and we'll be coming again to finalize that one. But this is looking at the next 5 years. So HUD also institutes some measures to determine first, what is it that we want to do, and then how successful we are at those things that we decided to do. So, you have the people, we have, inside, there was a document that had these in there. We have some papers in case you want to maybe you print them to take some notes. But basically what we want to do right now, specifically for CDBG, there are certain areas that we need to look at. But for both CDBG and home, they give us certain areas in which we can develop activities or projects. Mainly what we're looking at with this funding is to benefit low and moderate income individuals and families. So we're going to spend some time, and we're going to ask you to think about what we're proposing here, and maybe think about what is the biggest priority for you in each one of those areas. As we proceed, we will give you a few stickers of different colors and numbers on them. And if you would come and put a sticker for there are 1 through 4, put a sticker on the one that you think is the highest priority for you in this area or in that area. Okay? So first of all, we're looking at distant housing. These focus on providing down payment assistance to increase low and low income persons' access to home ownership. Also activities that have to do with maintaining neighborhood integrity through maybe rehabilitation of the housing stock. Other activities that deal with rental, specifically this one deals with tenant-based rental assistance. That is when an individual or a family is looking for a place and can get a voucher to go on their housing somewhere. This particular program is developed to help those that are coming out of the county jail, thank you, which at that point are homeless, and helps them. There's a big package of caseworking that goes along to help them succeed, and these are specifically for not abusers, but alcohol and drug dependency. Substance abuse, there you go, that's what I was thinking of. The next one deals with removing architectural barriers for assist households with those individuals that have some disabilities. So maybe put up a ramp, or maybe adjust some of the entrances to some of the bedrooms or bathrooms so that they can are able to live in their homes. Support efforts to assist families to move from homelessness or to avoid homelessness. And programs that help moderate income households in counseling for homeownership. The last two, one's with energy efficiency, and the other one, affordability conditions for rental housing. So at this time, we would like you to leave your seats, and we'll hand you some stickers here, so you can place a lot as you see priority in these areas.
So questions or clarifications?
Thank you. I didn't need
That's the members of the council, table.
Yes. We have stickers for council members and the mayor as well, if he wants to participate on that. But yeah, do you have any questions or any clarifying things we can make about this particular?
We need to specify that this is a draft. This is a first take. It's not a final. We'll take this to the community and show them this is what our priorities in the council are right now, what's your input. We will come back to it another time to say, here's the community input. Do you want to tweak it any? Do you want to change it? So this is just a first draft.
Yeah, which is the reason we're starting early in the process. This is
one thing that has been very helpful, I think, where we have so many properties that are not owner-occupied, is this program where it's allowed people to live in their own homes. That's been, I think, at least in my mind, the biggest impact that it's had in the past. And I would love to see that increase and continue, of course, and maybe even more of it in the future. I think a lot of these other things are nice, but I do see duplication of efforts between some of the counseling things. For example, I know that there are a number of different agencies that will counsel about energy efficiency, even will counsel people about how to get into a home if you're looking to do that. But actually taking the money and using it so that people can come into our neighborhoods, become homeowners, is huge, I think, in our central neighborhoods that I represent.
Thank you. And one of the reasons why we haven't included as well in there is because one of the requirements of providing the housing assistance requires that they have some counseling before they go in. And so some of the agencies that provide this counseling have come to us asking sometimes for money so they can continue providing that counsel.
So this wouldn't necessarily be a duplicate effort with those other agencies. It may be, are going to maybe fund their ability to continue doing that, for example.
It's not something that we would provide.
This is like funding list that happens the city would do with kind of things that we might look for someone else to carry out some of the.
These priorities also help us determine as we seek applications from different agencies that are seeking to use the funding, is this is what we're looking to do with the funding. Not necessarily just, people in the administration of the city, but other agencies as well. Okay, yes.
Is this exercise going to influence policy decisions and priorities of the results? Because I guess the reason I'm asking is I'm a little uncomfortable. I don't feel like I know enough yet to.
Yeah, Dave, I think the intent of this exercise is to help them prepare a first draft, which they will come back and bring back to you for ratification and approval later on the road. So again, am I?
Yeah, it doesn't set policy, but it helps us know to write that first draft in the sense of what we're going to tell her, how are we using this fund. It doesn't set policy for the city.
Well, is there any requirement to indicate ordering things right?
Another way to look at that is they're going to prepare this. You're better to give them uninformed opinion, no opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, for just refuting what I just said.
As Dan mentioned, this is a process that's going to be ongoing for quite a few months, the better part of the year. Just be the first cut. And just because something doesn't get any votes here doesn't mean we would rule it off completely today. It's more just to say where are the central tendencies in terms of the council.
These are all things we do. We're just trying to kind of live a better world that matches what you're thinking and feeling.
And one of the reasons, I'm sorry, one of the reasons is because of the funding that we're receiving that is increasing continually. So we want to have an idea of how we would rather those funds be used. I'm sorry.
And that was my question, do you just want to have our sort of raw, this is what we think, without your influence of how you feel like programs have been successful or not successful, or you don't want advice, that we just want us to say, this is what we see from this list that we feel like would be important?
Exactly. And again, this is the first draft. This will be distributed different ways to citizens and other agencies to receive input from them. That point will come back. We'll evaluate those things and we'll come back to try and finalize and get more closer to what we need to do.
Not to mess things up even any further, but I am a little bit concerned that this might start a pathway for some policy without really having a clear understanding of what these things that we're voting for will do. They all look like great things to happen, but I think some will have a better impact on other people in addition to those that actually can help with money. Will help to improve neighborhoods as well as just family situations. Right? And I think there's probably an argument to be made that that would be the best bang for our buck when it comes to using these funds. So, I don't know, maybe I sort of feel like it would be helpful to know a little bit more about this.
This is not my opinion. Okay. This is giving this direction. Each council has different viewpoints and how they see the neighborhoods, how they see the city. We're trying to get your take without our bias, without any bias as to where you think at the initial stage we should be looking at how we should be.
And like Bob mentioned, if there's one or two that did not have any thoughts, it doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to do anything about that. We just have an idea of what direction.
By the same token, if we can try and clarify anything, if there's certain things you'd like to know more about, we can take a few minutes and try and explain what really consists of what's been done with that in the past.
The intent, however, is to keep it very general. Again, this is not binding you or committing you that this is what's going to happen. It just gives us a starting point. Let's go from that point. Because we could spend many hours. It's just a few of these things. But we just need to start.
Are the note papers already numbered?
Yes.
So let's begin with Mr. Parker so as to reduce traffic congestion.
I think it'd be better if we
focused on the elected officials, Mr. Chairman. I get lots of interaction with Dan. This is a good opportunity for you to take that role.
That's me twice. I'm going first.
When you do these, then I can't see or when you do an order.
And was the intent
We're just focusing on this.
The intent for them all to just,
Yes.
yeah, there's no order there, no. They confirm.
Mr. Miller wants to take some order.
So we're not just looking at these.
Mr. Sewell, Santiago, join us up here.
Same people show up here. That's how. I get to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just something I can do so I can do
That's why we're there with.
The next section, sort of a living environment. The advice in centers, things of that nature. But it also includes assistance to agencies that provide social services, like after-school programs, the ESL program here. So it's not just specific to structures or parks or anything like that, but assistance to social services agencies as well. So, if you have any questions, talk about those, or we can just have you come up and place some stickers.
We apologize, we tried to get these to you last Wednesday, but we disconnected, so you have the weekend to digest them. But understand, if you, after today's meeting, you're welcome to call any of us at any time to ask questions or get more concerned with direction as we move forward.
Dan, what's the overlap between many of these activities and, say, the services provided by the United Way agency? Are those just two different sources of support for the agencies? One being the HUD funding and the other being United Way?
Yes, the social services agencies mostly provide their actions either donations or grants. So some of them will come from United Way or other places, and some of them will come from the CDBG grant.
Okay.
It's very common, actually, for some of these agencies to go to different cities.
To request money. So I go to Oregon to request CDBG funding there, to the county to request CDBG.
We need to document that the money that we give is benefiting people in Provo, because they can go to Oregon.
Okay.
Is the intent that CDBG money that the city gets is broken into three full categories, and that's what you're showing us here? Or can we push more into one of these categories, less into another category?
I suppose you can. So any of these activities, you could use CDBG funding on it. As far as home funding, it's only for housing. There's no rule that you have to split money equally. The only thing with social services is no more than 15% of the grant can be allocated for that type of service. But as far as to how much of what is allocated where, other than that, there's no.
You could put everything in one activity if you thought there was enough.
In the rest, for example, with adopting assistance, we use home funding more than CDBG funding. Because that leaves CDBG funding available for other things, or if home can be used for any of these other activities with CDBG. So when we see that overlap, we try to allocate that funding so it makes a little more sense to be CDBG available for other things.
And we're not trying to say that anyway, shape, or form, these are equal. We're just saying, these are areas.
These are the areas that HUD looks at.
We're just marching in that direction.
And these are the things that we have been doing in the past in the three different areas.
In our previous 5-year plan, there were actually 6 areas. We got a little complicated, so we tried to narrow it a little broader down to 3 areas. We expanded from there.
It's easier to manage broader concepts than very specific things.
The federal idea of offering CDBG money is to improve low-income areas within cities, right? It's to focus on low-income.
It's the biggest focus, yes.
71% of all of the grant needs to benefit low and moderate income people in some way. That has a pretty arcane ways of measuring what's going on. Job creation by the demonstrated businesses, improving sidewalks in the low income area, in terms of social services targeted for certain budget. The other 30% may be used for activities to reduce or prevent slums of life. We use that mostly. It's rare that we've done. I'm not sure we've ever spent 30% on that. Usually, 90% of that is spent below and moderate. Slums of life has sometimes been used to do some of the downtown facade and qualify for job creation.
It seems like the secret would be to use that money, for example, sidewalks. We have other funding sources for sidewalks. And I can imagine there's monitoring those funds would say, we'd rather have you use CDBG money for that. And we use our money for something else. But we would rather use this money in the highest impact ways, I'm sure. And get whatever funds to do sidewalks and other things that could be financed from other sources. If United Way is providing some of these things, and the city would be doing a duplicate service. But what you're saying is that they would come to the city to get money from us in order to offer whatever it is that they're doing, right?
Yeah. And yes, that's correct. And right now, we're not actually looking for you to say, you want to spend so much money here or here or here. It's just, again, a direction of this consolidated plan that tells us what certain things we can do. When we come with the action plan updated here, then we're looking specifically at the funding that we are receiving and where you want to use that funding. But it will be in this universe. And you can at that time focus on one or other thing. But we have to have the basis to go from there.
On the example,
and we'd like to keep it broad, because if you decide to do something with this, but not listed in the comp plan, then it's not impossible, but it's just more difficult to get it in the action plan to get done.
So in the example you gave of sidewalks, HUD actually has a prohibition against using city funds for the higher income areas and HUD funds to do the exact same things in lower income areas like sidewalks. So you have to be careful of that. But in most years, and sidewalks have been very common use of money over the years. It's been years though, but the city isn't putting any other money into sidewalks anyways. So you're going to use CDBG in the low income areas or do no sidewalks at all. Choices.
On social service organizations, they may go to United Way to get funding, and they may come to get us to supplement their funding. Well, we kind of made the policy decision many years ago that when we fund social service organizations, we have a higher priority on benefit, not administration. So we try to get our money right to the therapy of the individuals that helps the individual, right to the delivering the program that's going to help that autistic child or something. We're trying not to do the admin side. Our focus when we give the money is, okay, you're going to help this many people, you're going to document the Provo residents. This is what we're doing. United Way can keep your money, your organization alive, but we're delivering this program to these people. That's been our focus.
And that's one way of the duplication of funding, but also by the very statutes of both CDBG and home, we have to require the documentation to verify that we're not duplicating funding for the city from someone else. So,
and some organizations, Women and Children, affiliated family, family support, by definition, they treat the same people. But by us having them document who they're serving, we're able to state they're each getting a different group of people. They're not serving the same person. So that helps us that we can follow where the money's going and ensure that we're not duplicating the same person, not running from this agency to this agency to another agency. So that's something we watch very closely.
Here. Step up to the plate.
Now, if the council would like, we can take this back to our office. We'll take a picture of each of the areas. We can forward that to you so you can review it constantly, you remember who did what, or how the dots were there, so. I think that's always beneficial to see it, see something, then you know, that's what we talked about.
Now, asking us to review it constantly may be going a little too far. At least it will be there forever.
Well, the main point you gotta understand is, our applications go out at the beginning of September, so we're not that far away, so we need to have some direction between now and September. And, if we wait till July, we figure everybody's on vacation, so we better start now.
It's timely. Thank you.
I gotta say, in all the meetings I've been to, this is the quietest I've heard.
Well, Charlie.
No, it's it. Yeah.
We do, it's mandated by state law. It says you're responsible for prosperity. Social welfare, which will provide them. When the kids cross much more random. Yeah, it was defined by statute 15 years ago. Now and again, I hear complaints. I think the harder thing for us is trying to keep odd hours, we don't get 8 by the hour, so I've got to come like 4 times during the day to get it, so it's just, it's a job that I just don't have to get paid for it. So it's a really constant churn that's people hard to keep well trained. Was it the first meeting, or was it just say one there, or
the company?
Oh, that's a chicken issue. It also was one last part, she did after last year, I don't know who's done it now, but she did it for a long time. Could be a transition issue. It's a hard job. Yeah, well, I've seen a crosswalk moves for schools are handled. Every school comes together with the call safe route.
The last section, this was creating an economic opportunity, and such as creating rural businesses, essential business district, or providing job creation, to retain small business, assisting businesses and entrepreneurs with mentoring and technical assistance, specifically to the central business district, and opportunities to minority and women-owned businesses, or in terms of access and technical support to local business incubators. So this is specific to any economic opportunities.
So what's the difference between internet access and technical support to the local incubators? Is that like an entrepreneur type startup? Where they get a chance to, okay. And the entrepreneurs mentor and technical assistance, local business and entrepreneurs mentoring and technical assistance? It's different, because the other is
They
internet.
don't necessarily be startups. You know, they could be longer-term businesses that just need help getting current or addressing new markets or those kinds of things.
I think, for example, in the past, we've had something called the Business Development Corporation, Provo, where we had a group of volunteer business people who served on a board, and with a group of loans to start up their young business loans and do a lot of mentoring and connecting. So that might be a way that might be true. We've helped downtown businesses where they felt they were weak in, say, cash flow analysis and how to follow their cash flow, or find a mentor that will work with them. We've done it downtown with other businesses all around the city, so that would be technically how to help them with an area they feel weak in.
Several years ago, we brought the Bradley Agency from BYU into the downtown business community and said, let us help you figure out how to get on social media, how to maximize that social interaction effort. And so again, those could all be eligible kinds of projects.
It's a blessing and a curse. The CDBG is so broad. It covers so many areas. It's a blessing. At the same time, it's a curse and narrowing it down to where we go.
And I guess the low income part of that, they're not necessarily, just because they're businesses, they don't have any cash flow, they're considered low, even though personally they may not.
Technically, when we're doing technical assistance, we don't have to prove loan amount. We have to provide, if we're providing any money, say for job creation, then that individual must be low money before he takes the job, not on the job. They can pay whatever they want once they start above 1 year. But coming in, it's just a job creation, getting started out of the low lot area, moving up the scale.
One example of that, we put some CDBG money into buying some of the land from the convention center. They had to document that in the first year, I think it was, that they were hiring a certain number of people who were coming from all the moderate income backgrounds.
The technical assistance businesses where we funded small business loans over the years, those who typically get maybe UAU students who come in and work in the company right out of college. They're low line, they come into a better, more higher income than what they would in college. Any other questions? That, I think, will give you your leverage. I'm going to give you an example of why we have different councils do this. In a previous council, the second column, the number 2 item, preferred services for elderly persons, homeless, disabilities, that was their number 1.
the previous council is that common. So it just goes to help us understand your thought processes. We try to separate.
Have more, I thought Robert Parks was listed or something, I was just wondering.
Yes, that's good.
All right. Well, we thank you for giving us the time and providing some input on this. We'll come back and give you an opportunity to look at comments from public health agencies and have a full discussion. Again, if at any time you would like to ask any of us about specific things, we're going to have to thank you. Other than that, thank you very much. Thank you.
September is when we start soliciting applications for user funds for these. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. We now confront an alien experience. We have time on our hands. So we will,
Send messages as we speak.
we will informally recess until Mr. Becker arrives. We should hang out in your offices.
This is where we distributed this to Greg. And then we didn't plan to be here again for it's 1:10, so I texted him and go back and go again. So next item,
Yes. I'll just can't skip ratings.
What's the alternative?
Did you get either of my emails about the draft? It's a question about that. So, you have that over in
Yeah, let me just send this.
Okay.
Oh, my.
You could maybe do the central command or, oh, yeah, we could do that. Outside of the, that's quite good. Yeah, we did. So, yeah, I did send a text to Becker and Gary again, about half hour ahead of the schedule, so. Hop in, yes.
Both ways, you were right. We kept on the item in 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, Carolyn, was active in that.
The next phase is interesting because there may be some disagreements.
I know the video, I would put up like a slide, it's a process.
Really only areas it's up to date.
We
were talking about replacing this projector. Yeah, the question was, will you need to mile into that? I was kind of a side motion. So the suggestion was maybe we should just look at that one, which would require us to turn. I'd check with you and see if you had concerns about replace it and just move it out.
It's interesting.
So, screen on the right there, and so you see,
You can see how.
it's kind of
Here's what we and we have here's the recommendations I've made, and therefore, so we're making a sense to approve. LPA. Just directly the previous resolution. Pedestrian crossing. Now, we're not sure about what to do about that. Because you asked us to when I opened it up to this MRU, it's already. My strategic approach to control room. I've never seen
I got an email from Wayne saying that he had different understandings. So maybe
Also, stats, I don't know.
Yeah, so what I did, here's what we get to me. So right now, I have, so I also said, I saw Wayne's email and not knowing what else do I had, Ryan prepare another version. It just doesn't mention it. It just saying it has the paragraph about the pedestrian crossings on 7th North, but it doesn't say. The one that mentions what it says is let's see, that to ensure that the commitments made in the MOU attached as Exhibit C.
I made this announcement.
So it doesn't list them as specifically, it's just mentions it. So I guess the question becomes, specifically items that need to be added directly to the resolutions. So the question becomes, yeah, so the question becomes, so basically, so you got 4 on the same resolution, just move it to the resolution, and have it cleanly. So we're going to ask production for it.
Gotta weigh in on some. meeting with, so I don't know.
Well, we're,
I guess just to go down the road.
everybody except for me.
I think that's. I'll try to do a draft.
I think certainly for transparency, and aspect, there's nobody that touches.
I guess the question is,
In terms of having council packets on that.
exactly.
That's what I told you.
Try to take these,
We'll have them in action.
I can't really give, oh, he did say we didn't get this, that's a really collective.
Yeah, so maybe I need to run drafts, right? One option would be to just list all points that way, another one would be to see if the visual lines out. I think Wayne's point needs to pay mitigation efforts.
We can do a round the way, Mike, if they wireless, so the motion connection or something else, it might be a lot more expensive. But
That's good.
Yeah. I mean, he said that make sure that what we talked about gets, gets communicated.
They actually had they set up a lot of council meeting. It's down on the table, but it's, U-shaped, horseshoe-shaped.
Right.
And they actually put a cameraman in the back that's speaking, and it's staff intensive.
That was one of my goals originally, was not to.
I've seen the video. So I think to a degree, right? They know what the city's in.
Right now, because right now, I'm but it is what it is. Sort of
Yes, energy, but it's very small. It's all that, we have
More time today.
it's a little more organic and gritty, and that's what I think that's okay.
It doesn't what it's supposed to do. People were just killing me on my foot.
So, we had a meeting this morning with Kalachi's, and I had delicious raspberry coffee. And I was riding, they started to take
Out there. Okay, so it was just exactly what it was. So it was a good group of people. Some people I saw who looked like, hikers who climb rocks. Yeah. I thought, how do I know? Because I'm telling you because I'm just, it's right. I can tell.
I got a budget. I need it.
Thousands of signs.
And then your
High multiples.
vital.
That we usually. So I'm okay. Good.
So much for
That's awesome. So that's cool. And then there was that follow-up story about the mayor's use of social media and how, well, it was timely because he was doing a conference.
signs.
Hey, are you on that? Do me a favor.
So I read in this morning.
Yeah, those sweet first little real estate signs.
Yeah. And I first thought,
You guys are on better times than the same job.
It's kind of surprising.
Twitter accounts. It's not done by social media.
Just the best of the years.
As soon as I read that,
What we get in return.
They were always rejected.
I know, you did it. No, yeah, that would be, that would be.
He just has.
Did you send it in to me? You did?
Yeah.
It's just completely.
From the back. That's the key.
You want to keep
Let us presume on the assumption that Mr. Baxter will arrive early, and we'll take the next 10 minutes to consider the last item on the agenda. Invite Brian Jones to lead the conversation.
Brian.
Thank you. Yeah, so
Very good. When telecom companies come into the city, because of the fact that their facilities, their communication lines have to traverse city streets, they need a franchise agreement in order to operate inside the city. And so Comcast, Google, Veracity, all of these different companies have both franchise agreements and what we commonly refer to as pole attachment agreements, which is an agreement that governs their use of our energy department poles to attach their wires to. So there's another company called Central Telecom Services. They also do business under the name of Centracom. They came to us about a year ago and were already servicing or had picked up a couple clients inside Provo City. I believe one of those was the hospital, and the other one was one down in Mount Vista. And so they came to us and asked for a franchise agreement. But at the time when they approached the city, we were right in the middle of negotiations with Google. And we knew that our franchise agreement template was going to change pretty drastically. So we didn't really want to give them a new franchise agreement under the old terms, and we couldn't reveal anything about what the negotiations were going. So because they only had two places where they wanted to cross the city streets, what we did instead is the mayor signed a temporary license agreement that authorized them to do the construction they needed just to service those two clients. So they've come back to us now and have obtained a couple more clients that are interested in expanding their business in the city. So because of that, we have, in order to do that, they would need a franchise agreement. They actually signed a pole attachment agreement a year ago, but that was the old version, and they've agreed to sign the new version that we're now using with Comcast and all of the other companies. And so this item, nothing needs to be done in this session other than for me to just answer questions, but this is a preliminary briefing for tonight where an ordinance will come in front of you. The ordinance is to grant them a franchise and direct the mayor, or authorize the mayor to execute a franchise agreement and a pole attachment agreement with Centracom. And they have already reviewed and basically accepted our default agreements without any changes. So, and those I think were included in the attachments. The only other thing that I'd say is, in some ways this is kind of a pro forma thing, and the council does certainly have authority to deny someone a franchise if there's a rational basis for doing so. There is federal law federal telecom law from the FCC that basically says we are obligated by federal law to provide a level playing field, which essentially means that if someone comes to us and asks for a franchise and we're giving anybody else a franchise, we have to give them one too, unless we have some defined, articulable reason for it. So with that, I'd be happy to answer that question.
And they, I guess the companies that are doing these things work with our public works and our power department there's regulations as how far they can be separated and how close to the tower and those types of things.
Yes, and these agreements in particular govern that, and these agreements are the vehicle by which we charge them fees. So the franchise fee, under federal and state law, they pay us a 6% tax on all of their video customers. And in the pole attachment agreement, they pay us $15 per pole that their wires are attached to. And I don't remember now what the price is, but there's also a fee that they charge for every linear foot of our conduit that they put their fiber in. I don't know exactly.
And we have ample space in our conduit lines at this point. Another question, how people have talked about these fees in our meeting yesterday that were mentioned. There was some interest in how much are we getting in franchise fees? And do all those franchise fees basically go into the general fund? They all go into the general fund to be dispersed however we need to.
Yeah, franchise fees do. There are, the pole attachment fees actually stay in Energy because they are the owners of the poles and they use those funds to rehabilitate, raise, repair poles, that sort of thing. The conduit lease payments stay in Energy as well because they own and maintain the conduit. But the general franchise taxes and fees that are charged to utilities come into the general fund.
And those are, anticipating that this might be a question, the franchise fees are capped at 6% by state law, and the pole attachment fees are indirectly and theoretically capped by FCC regulation. The regulation doesn't actually apply to us, but there's a belief that if the day were to come where we would be challenged, that the formula the FCC has established would probably be viewed as the reasonable fee, and something substantially in excess of that would probably get some trouble. So we've adopted a version of our formula, and the other thing I should note is I said that was $15 per pole and a given rate for conduit. There's actually a built-in formula that adjusts that as costs increase over time.
The other things that they're attaching to our poles on it can be anything from fiber to copper to, it's basically whatever.
Conduit, not conduit, copper, coax. Potentially at some point a Wi-Fi or WiMAX hotspot, all contemplated under that pole attachment.
Thank you. Another question?
And they're just in a localized area, it's not going to be citywide, or they can, I guess they can do whatever they want to expand.
The agreement would allow them to expand citywide. Right now, I believe they only have 2 or 3 customers, and I think their recent request was to add a couple more. So they seem to be specializing in, I think, educational and medical commercial facilities. It's a small outfit based out of
Fairview. Yeah, I think they're they've historically been a rural telecom provider. And, this was their first venture, I think, significantly in urban areas.
Ask one more question. Of course. First come, first served. If we give them this right. Say we get a bigger company that comes in and wants to do a little bit more that's going to benefit maybe more citizens. Have we lost the right to use that? How does that?
The challenge really is, from a technical perspective, it's really getting space on the poles and space in the conduit. And that's sort of the technical limitation. There's only so many you can put on a pole. So they have to be separated from the power, they have to be separated from each other so that their crews can come and work without disrupting someone else. And so you could reach a point at which a pole or series of poles could be saturated, which would mean you'd have to take down the taller one. And under the terms of our franchise agreements, the costs are proportionately shared. So if a pole needed to be raised, it would be, we would do the raising and we would put back the proportionate cost of that taller pole and the installation to the various people on the pole. And so again, as a practical matter, there's probably practical limitations to how many you can put out there at a time, but it's not it's not a legal limitation. Does that make sense? It's expensive to replace a pole, and so you don't want to do those very often. You hope they last a long time. But yeah, you could conceivably hit a maximum number of pole attachments on a pole before you exclude someone else.
Speaking of poles, we heard last week about the metal poles. They're produced right here.
Yes, they are.
By one student from Wayne.
Right.
So using a few of those. Good. Very good. So, any other questions?
Just curious if it's primarily for internet and telephone service and not electrical or those kind of, or
No.
power or anything, that is mostly just.
The only thing that they'd be authorized to do is internet, telephone, and video. I don't know that Centricom actually does any video. But those are the three things that the franchise agreement would want to do.
Okay.
Telecom.
So we will see this again. Council meeting. And now we're delighted to welcome Mr. Baxter and his colleagues.
Chairman, council member, let's provide a brief introduction to Mark Holden, who's from the Utah Communication Commission. For those of you that have some familiarity with the Provo River Delta Restoration Project, this has been an ongoing project for them for a number of years. The environmental impact statement has been in active development for the last 44 years. This is a project that is an outgrowth of federal legislation, the Endangered Species Act and the Central Utah Project Completion Act, that largely established the legal basis for the requirement that this project or something similar to it be put into place. We, as a municipality, have influence but not control over what happens with this project. It's largely constructed outside the city limits, but clearly has impacts on Provo City. Issues associated with the airport, with the nature of the existing channel, how that's going to be transitioned, and with some of our transportation corridors, particularly Lincoln Parkway and whatnot. And so we're nearing the end of the public comment period on the draft environmental impact statement, and we as the city are putting together comments, and as a council, you are certainly welcome to submit comments independently or give feedback to us to include in the comments that are sent forward. And we have found, despite the different opinions on the nature and value of the project in and of itself, given that it's largely a reality, we have found the joint lead agencies have been very willing to discuss and negotiate some aspects of the project and some of the impacts of the project. And we know that the project that they're finally proposing here is probably not the one they started with and envisioned, and a lot of that is a result of the give and take and the iterative process that's gone on with property owners and stakeholders as well as the city. So this is an opportunity for you to understand what's going on, ask questions of the proponents and joint lead agencies, and also provide any feedback here directly during this meeting or subsequent to this meeting, whatever form you prefer. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Holden, and I'll have him introduce those that are here with him today.
Yes, the openness that you alluded to was made obvious to us approximately 2 years ago. We hosted a tour of that property by the members of this council. Thank you for that. Thank you for joining us again.
You're welcome, and thank you very much for the introduction and for the chance to be here. As Greg has indicated, we have 3 agencies that are the joint leads on preparing the EIS for the project. I work for the Mitigation Commission, and we're one of the federal agencies. The other is the Department of the Interior, and Russ Finley is here. Russ works for the Department of the Interior CUP Completion Act office. And also the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. Many of you are familiar with Central Utah For purposes of finishing the Central Utah project, they're granted authority to act as a federal agency when it comes to compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act. And so, although we are the 3 joint leads for the EIS, this project is being done by the, in partnership with the June Sucker Recovery Program. And there are many, many agencies, state, federal, and local, involved in the June Sucker Recovery Program. As Greg indicated, the draft EIS for this project has been several years in preparation. It was released to the public for review February 28th. The general comment period closes tomorrow. We are accepting comments from cooperating agencies like Provo City. We've extended the time period for you to get some comments in because we had to reschedule this date to meet with all of you today. So we'll accept your comments when given to us. Glad to have them. Just as a quick reminder about the recovery program, it is a dual goal program. And what I mean by that is, obviously, the first goal of the June Sucker Recovery Program is to recover the June Sucker. However, along with that, the second goal is to allow continued use and future development of existing and future water supplies in the Utah Lake drainage basin. Goes hand in hand. And because of that, there are many major water managers and development entities associated with the recovery program. Some of the elements that the recovery program focuses on are these 6, and the habitat restoration component right here is the one that this project I'm going to talk to you about today focuses on. It's the major habitat restoration component of the June Sucker Recovery Program. There are a couple of others, but this is the largest one. Essentially, the problem that we're trying to address with this project is that in order to achieve recovery, the June Sucker has to be able to sustain its population on its own. It has to be able to recruit naturally. Now, we've had great success in the past several years through the hatchery program, through maintaining genetic diversity in a hatchery culture program setting, at bringing the species back from the brink of extinction. It was that close. In the late 80s, early 90s, perhaps only a few hundred adults existed in the lake. There are now several thousand. We're well on the way towards achieving many of the objectives we have, but we still haven't overcome this bottleneck. The fact that we're not able to get the young June Sucker that are spawned in the river to survive past a very small life stage so that they themselves can grow up, come back into the spawning population, and recruit naturally. So that's the objective. And the fact that we don't have suitable habitat in the lower Provo River and where it enters Utah Lake is the very problem that we're trying to address with this project. This was recognized back in 1999 when the June Sucker Recovery Plan was first written. By the way, the species was listed as endangered in 1986. Back in 1999, in order to downlist the June Sucker from endangered to threatened, 3 out of the 4 recovery elements identified involved the Provo River and Utah Lake habitat having significant improvement over 10 years established in the Provo River. So this was a very key aspect of being able to recover the June Sucker. This is the area that we're talking about, just to give you an idea. Thank you. This is the mouth of the Provo River at Utah Lake. Here's Utah Lake State Park and Marina, campground. Many of you may not realize, but there's a trail here along Utah Lake that ends right here. It's built on a dike. And that dike was first initially constructed, this part of it, about 1921. It's since been added to and extends all the way out to here. And that dike separates Utah Lake proper from an area in here that's been referred to or called Skipper Bay. And so this used to be a part of Utah Lake at one point in time. Provo River down here. This generally is the study area that we're referring to and that we've identified as the location for the Delta Restoration Project. In concept, this is essentially a diagram of what we're looking at. We've got the existing dike along the lake. We've got dikes along both sides of the existing Provo River channel. The idea would be to reconstruct a river channel up to the north, remove the dike or a portion of the dike along the margin of Utah Lake, and allow the bay to reestablish and allow the river to join the lake in a natural pattern. The major topics that I want to focus on today, good afternoon, Mayor, are those that I think would be most interest to Provo City Council. I'm going to touch on some of the process and some of the issues that we addressed with landowners down in the area. One of the issues that, several issues associated with the existing river channel. As we went through our scoping process and our planning, we heard loudly and clearly from many people, residents of Provo in the area, that that's an extremely important area to them. The recreational use along the river corridor is very high, and people really value that resource as part of their community. Nuisance species control, primarily mosquitoes, but also weeds. Airport safety, recreational opportunities, public access, and a couple of other issues as we go along. Those are the major topics I'd like to touch on. Just as an overview in the draft EIS, we have developed 3 different delta restoration alternatives. I'm really going to focus just on one today. It's the preferred alternative. It's identified as alternative B in the EIS if you care to take a look at it. We also have 2 options for treatment of the existing river channel. As I mentioned, the EIS is out still for review. We do have a website that we've established for the project. It's provodelta.us, and there's access to the EIS and reports and memos, newsletters, all sorts of information about the project at that site. This is the preferred alternative. It's alternative B. I know it's a busy photograph. Let me just quickly outline for you in the black and white outline. This is just a study area. Okay, that's the area that we took a close look at to develop our alternatives from. The red and white checked outline is the area that would be included in this alternative, and that's the acquisition boundary. That's the area that we acquire from the private landowners to make this project. It's the agency preferred alternative. It's also the landowner preferred alternative. By that, we'll explain as we developed kind of an interim breakdown of some proposed alternatives. We went back out to the public in about December of 2010. We had an open house. We went out with 4 different preliminary concepts. And following that, a group of the landowners have come together and wanted to meet with us. And they developed some interest in one of the alternatives. Here, we had originally had an alternative, and it was in the yellow outline, that we called, at that time, it was our alternative B. And they said that, well, we don't care for A, C, or D at all, but alternative B has some possibilities. What would you think about this shaded area as an alternative to your alternative? And so we took that under advisement, and we began a process and a dialogue, and we met several times over the period of about 2 years, a little over 2 years. And we actually kind of settled on an intermediate line that's outlined in purple here. And It wasn't exactly what they had asked for. In some cases, it was a little bit larger. Some cases, it was smaller than what they had asked for. In some cases, it ended up being bigger than what we had even proposed initially. But the important thing was that there were reasons for all of these things, and we discussed them. And as we began to meet and talk about other issues also that they had about the project or concerns, you know, we really developed a good process and exchange of ideas. And one thing, you know, after another, we addressed the topics that were of most concern, and we ended up with alternative B as you now see it in the draft EIS. And that's why it's become our agency's preferred alternative, and I stated preferred alternative. There are a number of features associated with this. I have a slide coming up a little bit later that I'll show some of the recreational features on, but just in general, consists of is a relocated river channel up here. This is the Lakeshore Drive Bridge. Most of you are probably familiar with that. Provo City constructed a new trailhead and so forth right here. That would obviously still remain. But we would reconstruct the river and meander it up in this general direction. This would become the new boundary for the project. We would construct a dike along this boundary. It would also have a new trail constructed on top of it. The dike along the shore of Utah Lake would be removed from here down to here. It will be retained from here down to here. This would be all retained in private ownership. This white line represents the contour line of elevation 4489. That's approximately the compromise elevation or the typical high elevation of Utah Lake, if you will. And so in springtime, when Utah Lake is full or at compromise, water surface would be up to here. These channels would be river channels that we would construct. They would, of course, be inundated at 4489. At lower lake levels, as the lake levels drop, they would be open channels once more. This river channel would be maintained, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, because as I mentioned, that's been a really vital part of the project as well. There are some details about what would happen down in this vicinity. There was a lot of concern, or a lot of interest by the state park and others that we maintain a connection of Harbor Drive. So we propose to do that. It would be rerouted. Obviously, this portion would be removed, but we would reroute it down to the south with a bridge to cross the old river channel and connect it to Lakeshore Drive out into here. I mentioned that we would reroute the newly constructed river channel up to the north. We're proposing that the existing river channel would be maintained with a minimum flow. There's currently no minimum flow commitment in the Provo River. We would establish one with this project. Minimum flow would be established at 10 CFS, and we would provide delivered flows to this river channel between 10 and 50 cubic feet per second. So this would be, the bridge would be constructed over that channel. As I mentioned, there would be a trail constructed. We would retain the trail that's existing along the north side of the existing river channel. We would construct it to go underneath this bridge, so that it would be maintained, and we construct a footbridge for it up and over the new river channel here. So all the trails would be maintained, the connectivity and so forth would be retained in that area.
I'll go over the questions as you go along.
Certainly, yes, please.
Just on the minimum flow, we said there's no minimum flow in the river now. Is that not, isn't there a minimum flow for the June sucker? No. So hasn't that changed since the?
There's no statutory or mandated minimum flow for the June sucker. What has been going on for the last 15 or so years is that partners in the June sucker program have been buying and releasing water to maintain flows at least through July 15th has been the objective. Enough to get through the spawning period and then secondarily through the larval hatching period in the Provo River.
And how does the amount that has been necessary to accomplish that compare to the 10 CFSs?
Got a slide coming up.
Okay, we'll wait until we get there.
Yeah, it'll address that a little bit. So there's a lot of detail that would go on in order to maintain all these trail connections and so forth. But just quickly, and this is all I'm going to show or say about the alternative A and C. Alternative A has a larger acquisition area, whereas alternative B would require about 310 acres. A requires about 510 acres. It's a larger area for the delta restoration. The existing river channel would be treated the same. That's alternative C. It involves the southern part of the delta area and does not include this area that's primarily 90% existing wetland already. The two options for the existing river channel, they don't look very different, but the difference would be that on the bottom diagram we're showing a small dam being constructed at the mouth of the river channel on the bottom diagram. The purpose for that would be to allow us to isolate the river channel water from Utah Lake water, and therefore to operate them separately or independently with the water surface elevation. And show you, here's the flow chart. The flow in the river, the first 10 CFS down the river would go into the existing channel or the old channel. Essentially, it's a 10% allocation. Flows above 100 CFS, then it's still 10% up to a maximum of 50 CFS. And, oops. The reason for that small dam is if you look at a sideways picture of the bottom of the Provo River, and here's the mouth of the river out here, and this point here is up here at Lakeshore Drive Bridge. You can see that for the first quarter mile or so downstream from Lakeshore Drive Bridge, the river is steep and flowing, much like you expect a river. If you were to stand on the bank of the river, you'd see that it's flowing, it has ripples and so forth. If you get downstream much from there, if you were to stand on the side of the river, it looks like a still water. And as Utah Lake elevation fluctuates, the elevation of Utah Lake actually controls the water surface here in the river. And as I mentioned earlier, 4489 is approximately the normal high water line of Utah Lake. It fluctuates in an average year about 3 feet per year throughout the summer period. Well, and as Utah Lake level drops down, then the level in the lower river, lower mile and a half of river, drops down about 3 feet as well. And the consequence of that, the lower river being channelized has a lot of riprap and cement and so forth. As it drops down, a lot of that material gets exposed. Some of the mud bars and banks get exposed. And it's somewhat unsightly, and it can also lead to some odor problems. We also have experienced some pretty severe water quality problems in the lower Provo River. particularly in the lower water years. Now, Councilman Van Buren, this is where your comment or question before kind of comes in as well. In some years, let's say out of the last 10 years, the June Sucker program has had adequate water to be able to keep flows in the lower Provo River throughout July and August and into September. And those flows may have been 20, 30, or even 40 cubic feet per second. And so when the June Sucker program has been able to do that, the water quality has stayed better in the lower Provo River. The last couple of years, there hasn't been enough water to do that. And so consequently, after about mid-July or the end of July, we've been left with whatever's coming down the river. And at times, that flow goes to near zero. And we've had some fish kills and algal blooms and some pretty severe problems the last couple of years. And so that's where, not having a minimal flow, it has been a problem. Now, one of the things that, as we've looked at the water quality issues in the river, we don't believe that even at 10 CFS, it's sufficient to solve all the water quality problems in the Provo River. In other words, these problems that we see don't arise just in the bottom of the river, the lower 1.5 miles. They're pretty much systemic throughout the whole watershed. One of the things that we've committed to do is to address this kind of this cycle that occurs. It's very common in ponds. It also happens in slow-moving rivers, where you get this eutrophication, essentially over-nutrification, too many nutrients in the water, and you get this oxygen depletion syndrome going on with poor water quality. Well, one of the solutions that's been around for decades, it's been most commonly used in ponds, but also in river systems, is to aerate. And that's one of the commitments that we've made, is to install and implement an aeration program in the lower Provo River. And the thing about the aeration system, and this is just an example of one type of system, it's probably not the kind that we would go with, there's just too many moving parts. But a system like this, very simple. There are two things that it does. Obviously, it adds air and therefore oxygen directly into the water. And there's some of the oxygen dissolves directly in the water, and that helps. But the most important aspect that it does is sets up a current. And that actually, it's a mild current. You won't see the water frothing and bubbling, but it circulates the water and brings the stale oxygen depleted water from the bottom up to the surface where you get natural reaeration. And it's an effective procedure. We've made it something of a Band-Aid procedure in the fact that it's not addressing a problematic source, which could be 30, 40, 50 miles upstream, wherever these problems are coming from in the watershed. But it will be an effective way to address the water quality conditions that have been developing in the lower river. And so we've committed to do that as part of the project as well. There are a couple of other options that, if those alone are not effective, that we could pursue. And one of these is just a recommendation. We can't force it, and there has been some interest in this. The state did begin a few years ago to develop TMDL for the lower Provo River and for Utah Lake to try to determine what the contributing factors were for the poor water quality. And we recommend that effort move forward. So that's the idea behind this placing a small dam down here would be to enable us to manage this water surface somewhat independently of Utah Lake, so that we could manage it at about 44.89 at a constant level. So in Utah Lake draws down to 44.85 or 44.86 in August, we could maintain this at a higher elevation, and it would be more aesthetically pleasing and somewhat higher water quality because of that. The other option would be just essentially as it is now, just run that volume of water out into Utah Lake as it currently does. When we think of
They
it,
both have dams there, right?
no, what this is an existing footbridge, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's an existing footbridge that we just are indicating would be retained.
Okay.
Yeah. And we think that there's some opportunities also that could be explored in final design. This, because the river has been channelized and leveed, it's fairly steep, pretty inaccessible in most places, like for young kids, if they're coming along this trail and they want to get down to the water's edge and fish, it's really pretty inaccessible in most spots. There are a few spots where they can get down, but that's something, you know, that we could take a look at, and if people are supportive of opening up a few areas and making it a little bit more accessible, that kind of thing, we could look at doing that as part of the project. Recreational opportunities, you know, as we went through the scoping and the workshops that we had, people were pretty adamant that the types of recreational opportunities they were in favor of seeing were the kinds that occurred there now. Trail use, low impact, like non-motorized boating, canoeing, kayaking, that sort of thing, wildlife observation, that type of thing. So that's what we're planning as part of the project, is to focus on, you know, that end of the recreational spectrum. We're not planning playgrounds and that type of thing. This is an existing trail that goes along. We would retain that. We're proposing to put a viewing tower out in this area. Trail that exists along the Provo River corridor, we'd retain that. Propose to enhance this trail connection between the two trails. Right now, it's just people kind of walk along Oak Harbor Drive, and we take a look at developing that a little bit better and making it a nice trail connection there. There'd be an access in the parking lot out into here for non-motorized vehicle access. Also, the trail along here. And again, it's mostly low impact type of recreation that we're looking at. We also look for a place for some interpretive boardwalks. The problem that we've seen so far is where to locate one of those that's not going to be ripped out by ice movement and so forth. If we are successful, and it also depends, this is the alignment. I should mention that we've coordinated pretty closely with your staff as they've gone through the planning for the Provo Lakeview Parkway and Trail. That's the alignment right through there. And we've designed all three of our Delta alternatives that can work with the Provo Lakeview Parkway and Trail. And so if that does go in, then there are some other recreational opportunities that might be able to go along with that. Pest control is a big concern, especially with mosquitoes. We know that that's been a hot topic, and we've had a lot of discussion about that for a couple of years now with Utah County in particular. In fact, we've entered an agreement and we've funded Utah County for monitoring and eventually control if we build a project. At this point, their monitoring effort that they've done, they added a couple of sites right out in our project area, which has been helpful. It's interesting. The 3 or 4 species that they're collecting out in our site are predominantly culex. The three or four culex species that they're seeing most often in their traps are the culex that can carry the arbor viruses, or the West Nile virus. And they're seeing that throughout all of their Utah County samples. Fortunately, Utah County's not had a reported human West Nile virus case since 2008. Just to give you an idea, these numbers that we're seeing out in our area, they're not the highest, they're not the lowest. Some sites, they're counting as many as 4,000 or 3,858 mosquitoes in a trap per day. Of course, some have been zero. So, but this is a problem mosquito area now. We expect it's going to be a problem mosquito area in the future. Our commitment is to cooperate fully with Utah County to have an effective mosquito control program. We allow mosquito control efforts on our other properties that we own in Utah County. We have for years, and that includes aerial spraying. Some people, I don't know where they got the idea. There may be other federal properties, other places that haven't allowed, aerial spraying, but that's not been the case with us. We, for 5 or 6 years, issued pesticide use permits to Utah County to treat our properties down near Benjamin for mosquito control with the adults areas.
When you stated that there has been a problem, which there has, and there will be a problem, do we know if that will increase, will it get worse because of the Delta type atmosphere? Is there any studies that have been done that will show how that will get worse? Or
we will, some of the habitat that we will create is certainly potential mosquito habitat. However, some of the habitat that we are doing away with in order to create that is current mosquito habitat that's primarily sub-irrigated pasture right now. And as we construct the project, it's going to have flowing water through it. Provo River is going to flow on out through that area. And so it's going to be less conducive or less attractive to most species of mosquitoes. So it's difficult to predict. So, you know, I've stopped saying it's going to make it, you know, any better. I don't know if it's going to make it any better or make it worse. We're going to cooperate fully with Utah County. And in one sense, it certainly could make it better by opening up some of the area to better access. Now, I know that Robert Maurer with the county, he had talked with somebody, and I shouldn't say, I didn't talk with him directly. This was through the reporter who said that he talked to him, and, you know, so I don't know. But somehow he got the notion that he wouldn't be able to use his six-wheel tracked vehicle out there anymore. And if he had that conversation, I don't know, it wasn't with me. It may have been with somebody else on the project. But, you know, we will certainly, like the dike that we will construct, it's going to have a road on, or a paved trail on top of that. It's generally going to be closed to vehicles, but for administrative purposes like that, certainly be open. So I don't know if he's aware of that yet or not, but we intend to cooperate fully with him. We did a restoration project in Heber Valley. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. And in that instance, Wasatch County doesn't even have a mosquito abatement district or control of it. So we've taken it upon ourselves to do that. And we have a guy that does that on foot. Parachute boots and backpack, and primarily, well, entirely what we use up there is a product we control the larval mosquito using a product called PTI, Bacillus thuringiensis. It's a bacterium product, and it's specific to control the mosquito larvae, which is one of the good things about it. It doesn't affect other non-target organisms. And so he does it on foot, and we have about 10 miles and over 1,000 acres. By the time he gets through, you know, doing the sweep, he starts it over again. And the product has, you know, residual, you know, which one they use, has 2 weeks or more of effective time. And so it can be done that way too. So we're aware it's a serious concern, and that's our commitment to work with Utah County. Now initially, and you'll see if you read our plan, initially our plan was based on the Centers for Disease Control, where you monitor, you determine your species. If it's the arbovirus carrying species, you treat. If it's just a nuisance, so-called nuisance species, you don't treat. Well, this monitoring has helped us because it's shown us, and it's also shown Utah County. They're seeing this at all their other sites. That 90% of the species that they're collecting throughout the sites are the arbovirus carrying species. So given that, we're going to revise our plan. There's no point to go out and try to sample and, you know, determine the species when 90% of them are the arbovirus carrying you're going to treat anyway. So we'll revise our plan, and the plan is just going to be treated. So it's helped us already, and being that that's the case, we'll make that revision. Right, mites and other weeds, you know, that's a concern. And again, we'll cooperate with County Utah Lake Commission, and others have been involved in a program for a couple of years, and we've cooperated with them as well on some of our other properties to do that. The other issue just came from a meeting with Greg Dykstra, Steve Gleason, and some others out at the airport. Existing bird communities in and around the Provo airport, and potential project area, and the potential for increased bird aircraft strikes. It's a serious issue. It's gained a lot of notoriety in the United States since 2009, especially in the incident in the Hudson River. But it's always been an area of concern, and it's something that we're taking quite seriously. What I've shown here, you can see the location of the airport right here, and this is our post-project area right here. And I've just elongated the axes, if you will, of the 2 runways that are out at the airport. And, you know, you can see why there's a concern that the project area lies right in the middle of the axes of the 2 runways. Well, we've done a couple of things, so far to try to get a handle on this issue. We've done site-specific on-the-ground bird surveys for a couple of years in this area, as well as the proposed project area. A lot of information that's published by the FAA, including they have a list of, you know, the 25 worst characters when it comes to bird strikes. And so we've taken that list, and together with our predicted, and this is alternative B, our preferred alternative, we've tried to predict what we believe the response is going to be if we implement the project to the vegetation, especially wetlands, in the project area, and take that information based on our bird survey data and predicted what we know or think we know about birds and bird communities, try to predict what the changes in those bird communities will be if we do the project. And under the preferred alternative, we've made an attempt by season to quantify what those changes would be for the top 25 bad actors on FAA's list, plus those other handful of species that were abundant in our project area. Might not be on FAA's list, but they're nonetheless abundant in our area. And I've just kind of highlighted those that have a change of 100 or greater Anything less than that might not be a significant number, with the exception of pelicans. I've also, highlighted any change involving a pelican. Pelican is, of course, a large bird that's a concern. So I think regardless of the number, we ought to pay attention to any predicted change in pelicans. So overall, for this alternative, we predicted a decrease in birds. There are some differences by season a little bit. A lot of the flocking birds, we had decreases. The biggest changes were associated with ducks, and I know that may seem, counter to what you would expect from a quote, wetland project or a delta restoration project, but the area that is being affected under alternative B is an area that's already heavily used by waterfowl, particularly ducks, during the migration periods right now. And so that area would be changed, partially inundated during those migration periods, and we predict less used by ducks during those periods. Yes.
And that's because that area is already acting as a semi-wetland. Is that correct?
It's
a pasture wetland.
Yeah, it already is wetland. Most of alternative B is already wetland. About 90% of it's already wetland. It's seasonally, there's in some places there's knee-high water. It's pumped in order to drain it for agriculture. There's drains and pumps, and then later in the summer it's irrigated to put some water back on it. But yeah, it's a highly manipulated area, but it's very wet. It was placed under a conservation easement some years ago. Provo City and State of Utah purchased that with some McAllister funds. It's the Spain Bird Refuge is part of the name, and for good reason. Seasonally, it holds thousands of birds. But nonetheless, this is the analysis that we did. This is part of the traffic layout for Provo Airport. There's the two runways, and these are the traffic patterns that they follow. And unfortunately, these traffic patterns put circling aircraft right over the proposed project area. So that's a concern.
I had a question about birds. Have you ever seen a decrease in birds on other projects? Have you ever seen like a decrease in number of birds on restoration projects that you've done? Did you say Humor, you had a project? I don't know.
Temporarily we have. Long term, they usually tend to come back or stabilize. Mm-hmm. But it depends on what you're looking at. There's often a shift among the species. We usually see a decline in some species that don't come back. And then there's some species we hope that increase in abundance. So, what we expect to see out here, what I would really expect to see is you're going to see shifts. You're going to see some species that are going to decrease in abundance and stay lower than they have been, and you might see some that are going to increase in abundance and stay higher. But probably not going to have things just stay the same. That's the thing I wouldn't expect. And by the same token, when you see, like we predicted, an increase of 6 to 9 pelicans, well, it's likely that the pelicans come to use this area. They're probably coming from Provo Bay or somewhere else. You're probably not going to see an increase of 69 pelicans in the Central Flyway, because factors that control the population of birds in the Central Flyway are far greater than what happens at such a small scale here at this project level, if you know what I mean. Because the pelicans, they roost and nest on Gunnison Island in the Great Salt Lake. And that's the only place in this area where they're going to do that. And so a little change that we make down here is not going to be significant enough to affect the number of roost sites and successful nesting on Gunnison Island in the Great Salt Lake. So you may see distributional shifts in how they use the local area in Utah Lake, but you're not really affecting the population. Does that make sense?
Do they migrate, like for the winter is this their path through here for the winter?
Most of them do. There have been a few that have been observed to stay through the winter in the area. And I don't mean just, right Utah Lake here, but in the area, but yes, most of them do migrate. This is another diagram on, it's a much pulled back scale. I tried to circle a project area here. And again, this just shows part of the flight approach path, and you can see the project area and how close it is to approach paths for the Provo Airport. And this is a 3D diagram. It's not specific to the Provo Airport, it's just a typical diagram to give you an idea of some of the other complexities of trying to predict whether a bird use pattern is going to present a hazard for the airport or not. Because for example, if we were to increase the abundance of coots by 3 times, well, if all the coots just stay on the surface of the water and didn't fly up through the flight path area, there wouldn't be a problem. And you can see that there could be several different ways a bird could get from the project area across the airport flight area where they could not be in this flight path zone and they'd be okay. But there are a number of other areas, if they flew a little bit higher, different angle, where there would be a problem. And so this whole thing of trying to predict whether it's going to be a strike risk or not is pretty complicated. So one of the things that we've done here is we've made a commitment that we're going to work with Provo City, FAA, Wildlife Services to implement an abundance monitoring program together with a hazard mitigation program. And that if the project is decided to go forward, we would implement that as soon as we can, particularly for the monitoring aspect, together with a movement study to try to get a better handle on what's happening locally and where birds are moving, where they're going from, and to, and so forth. And the specifics of that program would be worked out with Provo City, Wildlife Services, FAA, and others. And then mitigation measures, if needed, would be appropriate to the species causing the risk. Certainly, a measure you would take would be one thing if the risk is caused by a red-tailed hawk, it would be another if it's caused by a pelican. Mitigation measures could include temporary closure of the project area to public access, so that there could be safe and effective harassment of birds, including lethal control if needed. And so there's a number of other things that may show promise that could be years away, though, installing and implementing bird detection and warning systems, things like that, conducting research, or maybe some other measures yet to be determined. We're committed, in our interest, I think, is the same as what Provo City's is to have a safe airport. Of course, we have the extra commitment of trying to implement this project, but that's our concern as well. A safe project. Again, the opportunity for public review on or about May 7th. Our EIS we expect to have finished late this year, with a record of decision, hopefully late this year or early in 2015. If the decision is made to proceed with the project, one of the first things that we would do is to proceed with land acquisition. That would begin no sooner than 2015. We have some final design and stages that we need to enter into for just about every aspect of the project: route channel, highways, delta restoration, and so on. So it'd be several years before we break ground on anything, and then several years to complete that. If the project moves forward, we're probably 5 to 7 years out before it's complete. Any questions?
Sure. Yes, thank you. I guess the first question I should have started with, in the beginning, when I hear the most is, why are we saving this fish? Tell me, what's the reason? Can you give me something to give to the people?
Well, which answer would you like?
The good ones.
An answer I like to give is when people think about it as a fish project, as a June sucker project, and the answer that my boss likes to give, and so I'll give his answer. It's not a fish project, it's a water project. And that's because there's so much dependent upon completing the Central Utah project and continuing the operation of the other water projects that bring water to people in Orem, Provo, Salt Lake, all communities that are, I don't want to overstate this, and I don't want to, be an alarmist, but we've all seen and heard about situations around the country where, court cases get involved and the judge steps in and takes over operation of federal dams and federal water projects. And that's pretty much the case we've got here on the Provo River. The Deer Creek Dam, the Jordanelle Dam, those are both federal water projects. And that possibility, although we don't like to think about it, we don't like to talk about it, and we certainly think we can do a heck of a lot better than to end up in that kind of a situation. But that's, part of the reality. When we finished, we're part of Central Utah Project Completion Act. That's the law that created my agency, created Russ's agency, gave Central Utah Water the authority to act as a federal agency in a number of ways. When we finished the record of decision for the Dunn system back in 1999, that was one of the commitments that we had to make, was that continued development of the Bonneville unit was dependent upon making sufficient progress towards recovery of the June sucker. And then subsequently, in 2004, when we signed the record of decision for the Utah Lake system, which is 90+% in the ground now. All the pipeline and disruption that you've had through Provo City, sorry about that, but for the past few years, all those pipelines and things that are being constructed through your city. Again, that project has to be completed, in order for that project to continue, we've got to make continued and sufficient progress towards the recovery of June sucker. That's why the dual goals for the June sucker recovery. All those partners joined in 2002 said, well, yeah, we all know that it's the law of the land. We have to recover this species. We all know that, and we respect that. But we're only jumping in this hat, putting our money in this hat. If everybody else that signs on says, we're here for two reasons. Not just to recover the June sucker, but we're here because we need to continue and have the future development of existing and future water resources in the Utah Lake drainage basin.
And I understand how they're intertwined and how we do that, but I'm still not getting the exact answer as to
why this particular phase? Is it?
Okay, well, another aspect of it, there's a lot of things I didn't put in my presentation. Greg said 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I tend to go over anyway, I'm sorry. I talk a lot when I'm in front of people compared to when I'm not. There's a lot of things that are going to be happening, that have been happening in the water for the June Sucker program. The last 10, 15 years, as that water has been in the lower river, it's benefited a lot of things, a lot of people, a lot of resources beyond the June Sucker. And it wouldn't have been there if it hadn't been for the June Sucker endangered species situation. What's coming in the future, as soon as they finish that pipeline, another year or two, to the Provo River, we'll be able to deliver some of the water that every year has to go into Utah Lake, runs down Spanish Fork River in the wintertime. We'll be able to bring that water to Utah Lake and deliver it during the summertime to bolster stream flows, to go out to the new delta, through the new delta, to maintain a functional river ecosystem. And there's I'm going to try to say too many things at once. The Provo Reservoir Canal Enclosure project, okay, that conserved 1,000 acre-feet of water. 8,000 acre-feet of that are coming back to the Provo River as in-stream flows, cool for June Sucker, for everything else that uses that river. For everything else that uses that river. And $150 million of the payment for that project comes from the Central Utah Project Completion Act. People don't realize it, but it came about because of the June Sucker, but everything else in that river is going to benefit from that. And so, my point is, I guess, and I'm not making it very well, is that saving the June Sucker is not only saving the June Sucker, it's about saving the ecosystem on which it depends. That's the other part of the Endangered Species Act that people tend to forget. You know, they focus on fish or whatever, but it's really saving it's not saving. There's a lot of other things that need to happen, but they are starting to happen. You know, the Utah Lake Commission this year got behind a push, took it to the legislature to get money to support carp removal out of Utah Lake. That's not the June Sucker Recovery Program pushing it anymore. And so there's a lot of things, a lot of people starting to see benefits in Utah Lake and in the Provo River. And
that fish only exists in the lower Provo River and Utah Lake, and no place else in the world. So it's true.
Might we had some paces.
There's a refuge population in Red Butte Reservoir outside of Salt Lake City. And there are a couple of refuge ponds up in northern Utah. A few places like that, but no, there's none in Russ.
There's a closely related species. Maybe that's what you're thinking.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking. But anyway, so there are many, I guess the point I'm trying to make is there are a lot of positive things that have happened and that are going to be happening to the Provo River and Utah Lake that are being done both in the name of June Sucker that really are going to have benefits to the whole community. And, you know, restoring water flows is a huge one. And it wouldn't have happened without the June Sucker, but it's going to happen and provide benefits to a whole lot more than June Sucker.
Are there other questions or comments?
Can I just ask one more? I do want to thank you. I appreciate the efforts you've made with the landowners. I've talked to several, and they are very grateful for the smaller piece of land that's being taken, and the river flow. Thank you for that. Steve, I wanted to ask you: is this having a? I know that you did an environmental study. You just completed one a little while ago at the airport. Those might have anything to do with getting grants for improvements to the airport. Is this affecting you in any way by not knowing exactly when this project is going to be started and we're not certain of the impact yet? Do you notice anything like that as you go apply for grants and aids for the airport?
Not yet.
Yes, I will. I haven't noticed that that's caused us any grant problems. What we did notice, and we've been to meetings in Denver with the FAA together and all this, is that the FAA doesn't necessarily agree with the findings. They've written a letter as such as far as the decrease of birds and those types of issues. As far as whether it's impacted our ability to get grants, not yet, mainly because nobody's really sure what's going to happen when this is put in. Is it going to cause a bird problem? Is it not? Are they going to fly through the path? We don't know. We're not sure how that's going to work, but it is impacting the people that are at the airport right now because they're unsure. One of them's here. This is Bill Prohaska, everyone. He's the manager of Duncan Aviation. They have a fairly large expansion plan for the airport. He's here to find out more about this because this would affect their business. We didn't talk about school, which we talked about this morning. So direct grant problems with the FAA? Not yet, no. But the FAA has been very clear that they don't agree with the bird estimates as they stand right now, and that they don't like the project being that close to our runways and approaches. So a huge impact I haven't seen as far as them saying we're not putting any more money into the airport. No, they're not there. What they would like to see is make sure that we have mitigation in place if any of this does start to cause bird problems. Somebody needs to be on the hook to mitigate that, and it needs to not be the FAA and not be Provo Airport. I mean, that's kind of where we are. And if you have a minute, it goes like that. Since he's here as a business owner at the airport, give you a chance to say something.
Sure. Yeah. From Duncan's perspective out there, our concern is all related to everything airborne, obviously. And my concern, which I want to get some more research done on, I want to get a few answers on, would be the airport is currently surrounded on 3 sides by water, but it's shoreline. It's not a breeding habitat or something. It's not a prime feeding ground. By putting a delta in up there, the concern would be that we're creating a salad bar for waterfowl in the area that will attract them in to feed on the hatchlings and the new fish up there. And anytime there's birds that close to the airport, we have concern. Before I visited with Steve earlier, before I came to Utah, and I sat on the Michigan State Aeronautics Commission for 5 years. And in my short tenure with the commission, we spent over $100 million removing wetlands in habitats like this from a 5-mile radius to a 10-mile radius of airports and creating habitat elsewhere. So it's ironic that we're putting one right in our doorstep. So, you have to answer any questions.
I want to speak once again to the likely effectiveness of the mitigation strategy.
Well, I think that's just like Steve said. The thing is to be willing to commit to a mitigation program, and what that mitigation program will be, no one can really predict at this time, unfortunately. Despite best efforts in modeling and so forth, we won't really know. We may have a better idea, and we hope we will, after we implement a movement study for several years. But again, truthfully, we'll be monitoring movements without the project in place. It will give us a better idea of movement patterns of some of the species that we might be most concerned about in the future. But I know, just for example, during the 2 years of monitoring that we did out in the north, what we call the North Wetland Site, which is where Alternative B would primarily be located, I believe we observed 1 pelican on the ground. It's not a location that is frequented by pelicans at this point in time. It's just not very conducive to them. Just on the flight today, on the flights that we took today, a couple of our guys saw 3 of them circling above the area. So we know, and we've seen them, on doing flying over the area. So we know they use the airspace. they don't seem to use the ground. So I guess the question is, in the future, will they be using the ground as well? Probably so. We predict they will to some degree. But how will that affect their use of the airspace? And particularly, would it lead to trading, back and forth, especially across the approach and departure path at the elevations that the planes are most using. So,
Did you say that the local authority for mitigation will be the county?
no. We have typically, well, I guess Steve would have to address that. I think that it's usually, the airport is responsible for it, but they usually contract that out. Smaller airports usually contract it out, I think, to Wildlife Services, USDA. But I think, Steve's point was that they don't want to see Provo City on the hook for it. And so whether Provo City has the responsibility and, they hire Wildlife Services or whatever, their point is they want some financial assistance to be able to do that, I think. So then we recognize that. But that's where I said, I think we all want to see the same thing, which is a safe airport. And to the extent that, we keep that as our end goal and continue to work towards that, that's what my focus is. And to be completely honest, I have some concerns if we put 100% of our faith in monitoring and movement studies to give us all the answers, because my concern is we could invest hundreds of thousands of dollars and at the end of the day have data experts arguing with each other, and then where have we got? So I hope we don't get to that point. I would much rather see us work together, develop a common goal and find some way to get to that. If it involves monitoring and so forth, it may need to satisfy me. But, yeah.
Just one little follow-up. I'm hearing a cooperative or work together, but I'm not hearing any kind of financial commitment to do the mitigation from the June Sucker project. Is that a fair statement?
No, I'm assuming that there will need to be one. Yeah, we won't get very far without one.
Okay. Thank you.
So, and forgive me for not maybe understanding the whole scope of the project, it's still kind of new to it, but my understanding is that the pipeline that we had go through our city to serve cities to the south of us, in order to get the federal dollars for that, we had to agree to this conservative June Sucker. Was that sort of in a simplistic way? Is that kind of what?
Very simplistic.
Very simplistic, okay.
And I don't believe that pipeline would serve cities to the south.
No,
Oh, it's going up to Salt Lake, but it's not
Well,
serving.
north Utah County.
Okay, so it's not serving Provo, it was passing through. And it's a federal project, and we agreed to save the June Sucker in Provo, and I'm just wondering, how did we do this? How did we agree to inconvenience ourselves with the, I know we need to be a good neighbor, but I'm just curious as to now we're putting our airport at risk to do this, and I'm just wondering where, how we got ourselves in this, I don't know.
Chair?
Yes, please.
Just give a brief answer to that question. The week wasn't Provo City.
Okay, it was supposed to happen, so what's going to happen in...
The we was the people who were seeking the water development funding and Central Utah Project, Central Utah Water Conservancy District, Central Utah Project, and others. And in order for them to get the funding to do the water development, this was a requirement that was supposed to come, that funding through federal legislation. Provo City was never a party to that on one side or the other.
And keep in mind, I think the affected area is not Provo City. It's certainly adjacent, it impacts Provo City, but it's not Provo City.
It borders and impacts and is within the Provo City annexation declaration area, but it's not currently within the Provo City limits. Mr. Chair, I just want to say we want to be available to answer all your questions and are here to do so. We also want to be respectful of your time, realizing you have other items on the agenda, and can answer questions now or over the next few days as you have them. I did want to make you aware that we have internally at staff level prepared a draft set of comments that is being tweaked on a daily, on hourly basis to vote as for the city's comments to the draft environmental impact statement. You're welcome to weigh in on those by communicating with me. You're welcome to respond directly to the joint agencies, either individually or as a group separately, from the comments we submit. But Matt has a copy of the draft, and I don't know whether he's forwarded it to you, but we have that available for your review. He's also got copies of the executive summary of the draft environmental statement. If you've not had a chance to review those, that might help us on the background for you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Let's now turn to the next items. An update. We need an update. First off, proposed strategic parking and management plan and the city way parking program. And we welcome Jerry McKeon, Director of Community Development.
After that, we're good. Let's update you on parking, and usually I begin conversations with groups that I meet with and ask the question, is there a parking problem in Provo? And almost everybody raises their hand, and then I go around and I start asking, well, what's the parking issue? What's the problem? And I hear a myriad of answers. And I'm actually hearing, and in the last few years, that I've never heard before. And that's come up several times at meetings I've been in. And people say, I say, okay, well, what's the problem? I hear all the different things. We have student parking. We have parking for businesses, issues with that. We have being able to find parking. We have, where are we going to put parking as we grow? But recently, I've been getting an answer of, we have too much parking in Provo. We have too much parking. You say, well, why do we have too much parking? Because it drives vehicles and it drives congestion in our city. And I'm starting to get that answer now in the last few years that I've never gotten before. And so parking has been an issue that the city has dealt with. The first time I ever dealt with an issue dealing with parking was in 1996. I did a bunch of research for the legal department on parking and what we can do with parking and how we can treat parking. And we've always seemed to approach parking in an ad hoc way, issue by issue, neighborhood by neighborhood, and we kind of looked at it in an isolation. What we've wanted to do is really approach parking from a holistic standpoint, not just parking that deals with residential and maybe parking issues around Brigham Young University, but parking issues downtown dealing with businesses. How do we deal with the increased growth that we see in residences and in businesses, particularly downtown and particularly around Brigham Young University? We've always had discussions, and they've gone up and down over the years. How do we deal with, and what's the appropriate parking ratio we need to require in new projects as they come in, whether they're commercial or residential? And how do we do that? And how does parking affect congestion in our city? I've been in meetings in the past where in the same presentation, the same discussion, same conversation with council members or planning commission members, I've been asked questions like, we've really got to do something about congestion in Provo. You know the day graduation's over because you can now drive in Provo again. When the school year ends, it's great for the summer, and then we get all of the students back. What can we do about that? We have too much congestion. And then literally a minute later in the conversation, we'll be talking about parking ratios, and we need to increase parking ratios because those BYU students need to have cars so they can date. and things like that. And those are almost contradictory statements. And so we really haven't had an opportunity to have a robust discussion as a community around these issues and how to deal with them. So what we're doing is we would like to do a strategic parking study, one that will help us look at all the issues I've talked about, help us look at our parking situation where we are today, look at our projections where we think we're going to be with housing, retail, all the development we see going on into the future, trying to think strategically about how much parking do we need, where do we need it, and what, if any, type of parking management or regulations do we have available to us that will increase the quality of life that people have in the community. And there's a myriad of interests. There's business interests, there's owner-occupant interests, there's rental interests, there's moving traffic through a community interest that we need to balance in this approach. What we've done is we've gone out and we've looked around the country at places that have been in similar size and scope to Provo City and seen what they've done. And they've come up with some comprehensive parking approaches. And so we have done that too. We've actually sent out an RFP to some national firms, and we've gotten 4 back, and we've gone through them and looked at the responses to our RFPs. What we have done is we think we'll need around $200,000 to be able to do this study. I think I have $150,000 of that. And one of the areas to be able to approach this study is in the community development operation budget. If you remember a while back, there was a project that was coming in, the Fourth Ward Chapel, if you remember that, where they were coming in, and the impact fees, there was an issue of the developer felt that didn't really understand what the impact fees would be, got into the middle of the project, and now couldn't continue with the project, and needed approximately $150,000 worth of help to have the Fourth Ward Chapel have a reuse or repurposing of that project and turning it into residential. And that's the chapel over by Smith's, there on 100 West. And so the council and some members of this current council were on, that happened approximately about a year and a half, 2 years ago. Okay, so I think approximately 4 of you were there at the time. And proposal was, we'll establish a fund that projects that are on the landmarks registry can come in and have access to that money and be able to apply, be on the registry. We'll now have access to those impact fee funds that could be used to pay to offset those impact fees. As a city, we just can't waive them. We have to have them paid to pay for the impacts that new projects have. Well, to make a long story short, the developer, at the end of the day, didn't want to have the project on the landmarks registry and went forward with the project, and has gone forward. And so we have $150,000 in an account that, as we've looked and dealt with it, it was also geographically restricted, the area in which this could be used. And it's in the area in which we think would benefit greatly from a strategic parking plan and management plan. And so we're proposing to transfer that money, since we don't see any projects on the horizon that would qualify for this, to move this money to begin the project. And now we're at the point where we could interview the firms that have applied. We've had 4 firms, national reputations, come in, and we're looking at them, and we may have a couple of them come in. They would help us identify best practices in parking. We're approaching this with, there are no sacred cows, there are no issues that are off the table. We're going to look at everything and have a full, robust community outreach to get input from businesses, renters, homeowners. BYU has made a commitment to work closely with us through this process so that as we can come up with a comprehensive approach to parking and the best way to do it as a community, that whatever plans they have will fit in with our plans. So we have a commitment from Brigham Young University to do that. We have a commitment from UTA to participate in this with us. So that as we come up with parking strategies for our community, that they can tailor whatever it is that they're going to be doing to augment and support our policies of where we would want to go. And there's some big policy considerations we have. Do we really want to encourage everybody to have a car and have access to free parking anytime and everywhere in the city they want? How do we deal with those? How do we weigh those competing interests? And so that's what we would like to do, is go forward with that. We could see coming back to the council if necessary, if we needed. Our estimate is approximately 200,000. Always we're looking at it, hoping to do as much as we can with as little funds as we can. We've already talked with BYU to get some volunteer help from their planning departments and other groups that can help us come in and get an accurate understanding of what's happening today. That a lot of that work will be done by our department, and our consultants will come in and be able to help us identify and look at other communities across the country. Because as you look at them, not every community does it all exactly the same way. There's a lot of variations in how you go about this, and we need to pick an approach that makes the most sense for Provo City. Are there any questions I could answer? I think this is a pretty big topic, but...
Thank you. Not a question, but a couple of comments. And thank you, Gary. You represented that well. I think all of us have seen parking problems throughout the city. And my experience is that frequently these are connected, sometimes in a very close way and sometimes in an indirect way. And as I've watched the council and administration deal with this in the past, we've dealt neighborhood by neighborhood or problem by problem with this. And this concept was really refreshing me when I was introduced by Gary of the citywide approach that answers some of these questions that we've been struggling with. What is the right occupancy, or what is the right ratio south of campus in other parts of our city? And does so in a manner that compares us to other cities and bringing in the best data and the best mind rather than council with this decision and what they think is best. And we have issues that are coming up that are not yet issues, parking near Spot Town, that can be addressed in this, and charging for parking in downtown garages, and all of these myriad of things. We're talking about parking meters on certain peaks, and all of these things wrapped into one approach that deals with the whole parking issue for Provo. And does so with the best minds coming in, is I think what we're after. And the second thing I would say as well, I'm very appreciative that Gary brings a possible suggestion for funding. I don't want this to live or die on whether or not you think that particular idea is a good idea. So good. We want to bring ideas about how to fund it, but if you don't like that particular method, we don't want his idea to die just on that alone.
And that's a great point. This is a possible funding approach, and I do like having that fund there, but in the competing interests of what we see coming and not seeing anything on the short-term horizon, this seems like an approach that might work. We would like to move forward on that basis, but we would like to move forward in a way that the council feels comfortable with, and to make sure that the council feels comfortable with the approach that we're taking and the scope of it. It's a little bit aggressive. It's a big project that we think we need to. We found is if we localize too much on one particular issue, it can have ramifications in other areas of the city or deal with things that we haven't taken into account. And the next presentation that you'll see about wayfinding is, in my mind, a part of this parking that we've already done, and that we'll address that in just a moment, unless there's any concerns or questions that the council has.
You said BYU, UTA, Mountain Lands involved, maybe, is there anything, any dollars that can possibly be seen from some of those guys? If we put in the 150, well, maybe we can help us with that too. I mean, they had been in the past.
Well, in the past, we've talked with Matt about when Front Runner came, and then once we have BRT definitively answered, and we know what we're doing and how we're going forward with BRT, that one of the next things that we do need to study is more of a circulator system.
successful the collect has been in their efforts. That may be something, give you a little bit of oversight over what's happening.
The thing too, when the council looked at this last time, there was this feeling of, you're only asking for 15 bikes, and you have these hundreds of bikes that come in. And there was a sense of, and I had a little bit of that same feeling, so Matt and the chief come up and they say, there's a blower there and some tools, and we're talking about $50. And they come to work session, and it goes to council meeting, and you approve a resolution for a $50 thing. So there was a sense of giving them maybe a cap or something that they could operate within and not have to come to the council. And you might say something in the resolution, miscellaneous tools that don't exceed $500 in a year or something that's phenomenal. You don't need to come to council for it, you're automatically authorized for
And I
that.
think that was one reason we scheduled this for work session, so you could decide sort of what the policy threshold is for just very instantaneous seizure ownership transfer without having council review.
Let's, maybe receive something from you to our council.
By way of recommendation, absolutely.
So 15, the police want to keep.
So what
The rest of them then go to the.
Yeah, and I think the way I would, if my top of my mind recommendation would be something that would give a several $100 limit per year that they don't have to ask for. And then the bicycles, the police would have first dibs, whether it's 15 or 30. If they had a special program or if they wanted to give some bicycles away, the police would have first dibs. After that, everything would move to the collective.
And that, and for the total this year, that's $247 and $13. The bike is about $3,200. As we're talking about, Mr. Winterton's concern is for the impact of that largesse on the part of the council on commercial bicycle industry.
And I don't see that being a great impact either, but I just think of a friend.
Well, I think it might be good, I'd be happy to approach them and see what the concerns are. I think you could make a really good argument that you're getting people riding bikes and getting them on their first bike.
Now, where would they go anyway? I mean,
Yeah, they're going out.
Competing commercially in the old system, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, I guess, or they may be doing what Zach does like an oil and incorporate into others. And if we give them a legitimate way to get a bicycle, we need them less than that.
So there's 2 or 3 things.
Yeah, let's invite bike shop owners to the meeting, for public hearing.
I'd be happy to go visit them with the two of them.
Brian, is it questions?
Well, I guess, so it sounds like rather than sitting down and start drafting, you're
I'll
going
send you, Brian, an email with just a couple of bullet points.
Thank you very much to Mr. Weiser or his designate for the final item on the proposed downtown Provo development project.
So there was the one Brian Freeman project next to 63 East. That's the one Paul wanted to spend a minute on.
Mr. Freeman has got the 63 East project underway. He would like to move around the corner, the north end east of that, and pursue a similar project on land that's north of the Bocha Vida, I believe, up in the corner.
Is that his laid out mall? Is that the space he's using for his materials?
Yes, that's it. Yes, that's right. I think where he needs city help or city participation or city considerations on parking again. Remember that 63 East was made possible because the parking was able to be provided in the Designs Bank parking area. In this case, you would also need some help with parking. Before we bring to you a definitive proposal, we would like to re-examine the spaces he already has in Zion's bank lot. He reserved 80 spaces in that for 63 East. Wells Fargo. Thank you. He reserved 80 spaces, which is above our code requirements for what he would need.
Of course, anyone who knows residential housing would probably like to have more rather than less. So we would like to actually take a closer look at exactly what he needs there to see if any of that parking can be applied towards this other property. If some reserve discussion beyond that, is that?
Paul, give him 1 second. Yeah, sorry to. He does have a picture site plan and so on that.
Much appreciated. What is the expected completion date for 63 East?
What's your video completion date for 63?
We talked about having it done within a year. I scoffed at that timeline, but we'll see.
Is he pre-leasing?
Yes, he is pre-leasing.
Here it is. Step right.
We wanted to take an opportunity today to tell you about a new project that we're working on. We're very early planning stages of. And actually, the developer is supposed to be here at 4 o'clock to make the bulk of the presentation. So hopefully he'll walk through the door in just a couple of minutes. I can tell you a little about it to start with. We're also with the 63 East project on Center Street, which we're really pleased to see happening. He's got a really good design concept on it. And he has optioned the property around the corner. It's still occupied by Connect Public Relations. So it's the northeast corner of that same block. And it's proposing to build more upper-end multifamily housing on that corner. Now, on the, just to remind on the property that where 63 is located, they're buying that property from the city, from the redevelopment agency, 90% vacant for about 20 years. They're paying market value for it. However, they're not actually paying just the principal amount of the project for up to 10 years. They have the option to pay at any time in the next 10 years. In the meantime, the redevelopment agency is to receive 5% of the net income the project generates. It's kind of an open to interest, but it also gives us the opportunity to do better if he does better. And we share in some of the risk if he doesn't do as well as right now. It's just looking really good. They, as they broke ground finally, they had official groundbreaking last spring. Some of your area they broke ground here recently. They were about the 25% reservation mark as far as people who have reserved units. So they're really pleased about that. And that's what's, I think, led them to do this other project. Part of the deal on that one also, when we built the Wells Fargo parking garage about 11 years ago now, what the Wells Fargo building needed about 300 of the parking stalls in it. Just short of 300. And we built it with 500 stalls in the garage, with the idea being that it was a lot more efficient to put all the parking that we might in the future on the block we could afford at the time into a single garage. So there are still, we were about 200 stalls left over that, according to the contract we have with the developer Wells Fargo, they will lease those stalls or use them as we direct. They can charge fair market value for them. But if we say lease to this party on the block, that's who we lease it to, and we negotiate a lease with them. That's what they did. That's how parking was provided for 63 East. They have a lease for 80 stalls that we approved, and regular market value to the owner operating the garage. But if we need them in the future, we have to construction parking stalls.
Does that imply that other stalls may be available?
There are other stalls available there. There are about, I think it's 124 stalls still. We've always thought that we probably want to see some of those held back for use by hourly people, patronizing restaurants, something like that. Or that we might even, in some scenarios, be able to double lease some of the stalls. And usually not everybody's there all the time. It's a little harder to do that with residential, especially in owner-occupied residential, because they expect to have a stall all the time and often they're reserved. So the 80 stalls that are to 63 East are in a set-aside sort of section of the garage, whereas others in the future may or may not be set aside like that, maybe just generally shared. You just keep track of how many leases there are out on stalls and what kind of users. Brian has come in now. I think what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, is give him about 10 minutes to tell you a little about his next project, and he has a request from us. And we're in the very early stages of this, but we thought it would be well at this point to run some things by you and get your reaction to what's being proposed.
Maybe a question. I just had a question. I know the property south of Wells Fargo, that's a little park there now. Has that got parking that's already assigned to it from in the Wells Fargo building, or is that something that they might also want to come back and take some of that parking?
It was the redevelopment of that little park area, of the few parking stalls behind it, and of the building where the optical store shop is located. The original thinking was there'd be another building built in there, and that would be where the mobile parking, or parking the garage would be used. Hasn't happened yet, although we've actually had a development agreement with someone to do that. They really were meeting terms, and that didn't expire. So that's something we're going to have to weigh, is where else parking might be needed on the block, and how we best manage the parking that's available there. So I neglected
over that 10-year payback period, is it 5% each year of profits?
5% is
beyond 10 years.
If we have 10 years, they just need to pay us off the 150,000. And they may do so, sir.
Mr. Freeman.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, that's it. Great. Well, I appreciate you guys allowing me a few minutes here to talk about our project. My name is Ryan Freeman. I'm the CEO of Forge Companies. With me also is Warren Royce with Lloyd Architects. He's the one that's responsible for all these pretty designs you'll see here. So we want to present this project, and we're calling it simply 80 East. It's 80 East, 100 North, just adjacent to our 63 property. I just want to talk to you for a couple minutes about why we're choosing Provo and why we're choosing to make such heavy investments in this community. We really believe in the leadership. It's been truly an honor and a pleasure to work with you as City Council members, Mayor Curtis, Paul Blauser, which we're really sad to see you go. It's been just a wonderful experience for Provo, and so we're dedicating the majority of our time and resources to downtown Provo, mostly because of the leadership of the city. We also believe that Provo is on the way to a major economic explosion. We acquired the Traverse Mountain Master Plan Community about a year or so ago. And so we have our finger on the pulse of a lot of new companies who are wanting to come into Utah County. And we believe that Provo is really poised very well to take advantage of a lot of those new companies. And there are major companies, as you guys probably know yourself, that want to come into this market. So we feel really good about where Provo is going. In conjunction with this, there are other places, obviously, in Utah County for these companies and businesses to go. And so we believe that some of this success is going to play into the great development that comes in over the next couple or 3 years. And this project, I think, is just a small part of that growth trend. And then the one thing that I'm really excited about personally is this can really be Utah County, or Provo rather, can be the only really true urban living experience in Utah County. And we feel like it's a great bookend with Salt Lake and then Provo, and we're going to capture a great deal of this new urban living trend that's so popular amongst that 25 to 35 demographic, especially. We put together a little animation for you guys just to introduce you to the project here. Not sure how you select. You can select on your end, just push. It's not really a next slide.
Right click.
Well, it's okay. We can.
Oh, there.
We have some still images too. We can show you guys if you want to go back.
Okay, we can send this to you guys for anyone that's interested. It's just like a 1.5 minute movie clip that kind of takes you down Center Street. And I can narrate a little bit here too. Just this is 63 that you're looking at, and as you go down Center Street, obviously you hit 100 East, and then this project is right around the corner at 80 East, 100 North. Just to give you some still images here of what this will look like, we're anticipating 7 brownstones along the bottom, and these are 2 stories, 3 4-bedroom units. We're really trying to make them have that historic and nostalgic feel, something like you would see on the East Coast. But something that also fits in with some of the modern architecture that's coming into Provo. We're kind of designing it really similar to the way we did 63 with that historic modern blend. So we have 7 brownstones around the bottom, and then 68 apartment units above it. These will be slightly larger than at 63. They're a little bit bigger units, but we've got a courtyard, as you can see here, in the middle that all most of the units look into, and then we'll have a rooftop area as well. So we're really excited about this project. Bear in mind, this is really rough. This is not fully architecturally rendered yet, so we're still choosing materials and things like that. So it'll look a lot nicer when it's fully, certainly when it's done. I would shows the site. I want to touch base just really quick on some of the successes we're having over at 63. As of today, we're about half pre-leased, and for apartments, anybody that's ever been involved with developing or owning apartments knows that's nearly next to impossible to pre-lease during construction apartments. We've had a tremendous response from the market, and not only is our apartments doing well, but we also have 100% of our retail pre-leased as well. So we're really excited to get this thing on the market and start bringing these residents and tenants down to downtown Provo. We also chose the site because of some economies of scale with our 63 site. We can share management and expenses on there. And then again, for the very strong demand we're seeing in urban residential living, we've been really fortunate to work with BYU and several others that have given us all kinds of studies and demographic information, and they're all telling us the same thing. It's for the demographic that we think has to live in downtown Provo, this urban residential living is what they want. And so we're really excited. In fact, one interesting quick statistic in one of the studies that BYU did for us, 80% of those that are in that starter home phase of their life would rather live at 63 or a project like that than going out and buying a starter home. And it really actually surprised me. I mean, it's that whole home ownership for these young adults, that paradigm has shifted dramatically with the downturn in the market. So we're excited to bring these kind of projects on, and I think we're going to capture a lot of the demand for this. And of course, our deep love for Provo. I'm a BYU alumni, and I lived about 2 blocks from here during my senior year, so it's been a really special time for me to develop downtown Provo. These are the things that we're requesting from the city to make this project financially viable for us. As we're walking in, Paul was obviously talking about parking, and we're extremely sensitive to that. You know, not only are we interested in having parking for our site, but as good neighbors and a developer that really wants great things for Provo just in general, whether we're part of the project or not, parking has to be addressed, and we want to be sensitive to that, especially on this block. So what we're asking for, Paul was mentioning, I believe, the agreement that we currently have at 63, which is 80 parking stalls. But we also have a provision in that agreement where we have an option for an additional 40. And so what we were proposing was to have the RDA support us because they need to buy off on our exercising that option. Have the RDA support us exercising those 40 spaces and allocating them towards 80 East. And then along the front on the street parking, I noticed it's something that's different for the city of Provo, and I don't think has been addressed yet in your current model. But we were asking that we can be provided permit parking for this project specifically along the front of the brownstones, and that would allow us to pick up about 20 additional spaces. And then we would take 20 of our existing 63, so we go from 80 down to 60 stalls for 63. And a combination of all these 3 things will allow us to have about 1.5 stalls per per unit per building. This would not only allow us to stay in line with what the zoning is requiring, but also we feel like we need that ratio in order to make the projects marketable and get the lease rates that we're talking about. Incidentally, we're another fun thing that we've seen at 63. We're about 30 to 40% higher on our market rates than anywhere in Provo for apartments. So we're really excited about seeing that rental trend go up too, and people are paying for great quality projects like that. But again, it's amenities such as parking that provide for that. One other thing I failed to mention is we were also going to do a underground parking structure underneath the building, and it yields about 30 parking spaces roughly, if I'm not mistaken. But in order to help us do that, we were asking the RDA to contribute $600,000 in exchange for a 5% revenue share. Anybody in this room that's worked with our company knows we're extremely flexible in our approach, and we'll be open to have this as structured, and we're really open in any way that you guys feel is the best for this. But we were thinking it'd be something similar to 63, where there was a 10-year horizon to get that paid back. And if it went through the 10 years based on our revenue models, we're looking at repaying that plus interest basically over the course of that 10-year period. The last thing we were asking for, which was, it's kind of a minor thing, but I think is very critical for the project, is to have our stairs on the brownstones be able to encroach out onto the sidewalk. We feel like this is a really, really vital connection between the residents that would live there and downtown Provo. It just not only is a critical component to the brownstone model, but we also feel it'll be a great thing for the city and having residents just be able to spill out onto the sidewalk and create that real walkable feeling between this project wrapping around center and elsewhere on the block. And then this also creates opportunities for landscaping and stuff too, just to beautify that specific side of the street. So I appreciate your time, and we'll welcome any questions if there are any. Yeah.
Just a question about the stairway. How much sidewalk would be left if you have the stairway encroach on the sidewalk? How much?
It would be really similar to the Carnegie Provo Library. The Provo Library is now Kaleidoscope Pictures. I think they have 3 steps that go around to the sidewalk, so you can kind of get a feel for that. But that sidewalk is very wide as it is right now, and certainly we don't want to make it look small. It's kind of the opposite of what we're trying for. But we feel like together with the landscaping and those stairs, you still have a pretty significant sidewalk.
Ryan, can I just jump in here? The intent of this stairway has a technical sort of requirement for us. It's not just that we think it would be a cool look. I can click on this, and this will kind of give you a sense of. There's one major difference between the 63 project and the 80 East project, and that is that the 63 really was technically infeasible to do below-grade parking because you're between 2 historic buildings. On 80 East, we are attempting to get a full level of parking below grade. We're doing that by bringing the drive approach off the alley side. And so there are some constraints in terms of how deep we can get that parking level. And so we're still working through the civil engineering of that, but what we think we'll end up is a parking level that would be almost a full story. So just that difference of 3 or 4 feet of grade change will allow us to technically do that parking level below grade. So the net effect is that we have some steps that go out into the sidewalk 3, 4 feet. We have to sort of see what we can do here. Here we're looking at the 100 East elevation. The current parking is diagonal parking on the roadway. We're proposing keeping that pattern and then just a build out at the corner to extend the walkability out to calm traffic. So we think that we would actually widen the experience of that sidewalk by what we do at the corner. But also the effect of having some steps that encroach over the property line that allow that experience of the grounds to be.
The properties within the Joaquin Master Plan, which will be coming to you in the next couple of months. The Joaquin Plan calls for those types of bulb outs redevelopment projects so that we can increase that pedestrian experience and not make people feel like they're out in the asphalt for so long while they're crossing streets.
And by the way, if I failed to do this before, this is Ron Lloyd, he's the architect on the project, that at 63 actually.
Do you need the curbside permitted parking to achieve 1.5 stalls per
To
year?
achieve that ratio, yes. It yields about 20 parking spaces, so we feel like it was a pretty critical component to it to get us to that ratio. Another option would be, if that wasn't an option, would be to acquire some additional spaces in that garage. But again, we've been really sensitive to the fact that we know there's future development on this block and want to leave as many of those parking spaces as possible. So we're open to that too.
The restaurant then, where would their patrons park? Is that in the new parking lot that you're showing there?
For the 63 restaurant?
No, the La Dolce Vita. It's next to
your new one.
Yeah, there actually would be parking in front of their establishment as well. What we're talking about is just where our property line starts. Yeah.
I think there are 3 or 4 on-street car parks there, plus the on-grade parking south of the building.
So that on-grade parking, the new parking lot, is that designated for your building, the one that's shown on this?
It's not, actually, that is Kaleidoscope Pictures. That's the old Provo Library site. And we're actually redeveloping that as well, just from a landscaping perspective and making it look nice back there. But we don't have stalls on that.
We got a pretty close relationship with the Kaleidoscope. We're using some of their areas as staging.
You said they're larger than
That ratings on
Yes, yeah.
There are currently 3 driveways on 100 East that are not really bad. The redevelopment of this project, the north one would be taken off. That actually frees up the parking. The other 2 on the south block are being combined to improve the hybrid building there.
Why the departure from mixed use as in 63?
The retail, I think, worked very well on that side of the block. It's still a little quiet, and I also like the fact that even though the zoning is not this, you're adjacent to what feels like a residential community. So I like the idea that you're kind of coming out of one residential and spilling out into another. But more than anything else, it wasn't very feasible to put retail on the bottom of this particular area of the block. Yeah.
I noticed on Center Street, you had a challenge with the setback.
Yes.
Is that in the zone, is the setback in the zone? Because those pictures don't show any setback. We don't have to set back up above, what was it, 2 stories?
3.
3 setback.
Setback doesn't apply on these streets.
On these streets. One of the challenges was, and maybe, Paul, you can help me with this, parking, from what I understand, is $30,000 a stall.
It depends a lot on whether you're building underground or construction. 30,000, I think underground is below 20, is it in Provo? That's a lot, I'm guessing.
It really depends also on the depth. At the city temple, they're $45,000.
Right, and so they're so expensive, and we're leasing these properties, these parking stalls, is that what we're doing, and is there a market rate for those? That sounds like a lousy investment. $1.8 million, and I don't know what we get, $30 a month?
Leasing the parking in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're paying. I don't know what everyone else is paying the occupied space, and we're paying $35 per month per stall.
We didn't really do it as an investment so much as this is kind of the entry fee for getting into developing these things. Now, again, that parking garage is above, and that was actually built for only $10,000 a stall plus the rent. Prices have gone up since then, and again, it's $11,000.
And we have, when you're building a parking garage underneath the building like that, you have structural issues and things like that make it a little bit more costly than doing an on-grade parking garage like the one that's already done. We feel like the investment that we're asking the city to make is probably not going to cover the whole entire cost of our parking structure, but we understand too, again, wanting to be sensitive to the monies that go out of the city. So we would cover everything above that amount to cover the cost.
Let me ask you, two gentlemen on the spot, and say, is there anything in that wish list that you consider not negotiable?
Well, I'm probably the most,
I mean, these two guys
sorry.
are local experts.
So these two.
Those two.
Okay.
I don't think so. Yeah, there are a few things there that we're seeing for the first time, the $600,000 figure, for example. We talked about figures in Nashville. That's not a figure that I don't think we ever discussed. I don't know how the city feels about crossing the bridge and starting to zero on-street parking stalls. That's a new area for the city.
The brownstone to street level are certainly a benefit from a planning point of view and according to what our zone is trying to accomplish and walkability and those things. I guess that we need to evaluate is there are several things that are being asked to accomplish this brownstone, so we do a kind of analyze cost and benefit of those things. If we can maintain 6 feet of sidewalk and have the stairs protrude out, I think that's still doable. If we start getting into less than 6 feet of sidewalk, it starts to make it very good.
Yes, question.
Yeah.
Specifically, what are you proposing? That we would lease it at a certain rate? Or is it just part of the deal that these are sort of stalls?
I'm certainly open to that. We were just asking that the space is allocated to the project, but we're certainly open to paying for those, of course,
And I think that would play into your earlier discussion, Council, of the strategic parking plan. Much of the literature now is suggesting that street parking shouldn't be free at all, especially in high downtown amenity areas. So that's just something I think we need to consider.
No, absolutely.
This reminds me of a request that Dixon and I have from a restaurant opening up on University Avenue that wants valet parking and therefore wants to be able to take several spots out in front of the restaurant exclusively for them.
That's why we're doing the strategic parking.
Ask those kind of questions.
Back to your question about the anything that's not negotiable. I think we just need to be really careful in how we think about allocating out the parking garage stalls. Running ranges of
Being sensitive to business development potential
That's right. I will say this, at the time that garage was built, contemplated it being
Seems like you got a sweet deal.
That's very important, that might be in the ballpark. And actually, 3 to 4, it probably makes more sense from an urban design standpoint, because that way you keep the historical scale of the night block, a little bit taller, but somewhat similar to Wells Fargo, and then in between, you typically would go lower scale between the corners.
Yeah. So I have a question. Are these make or break requests for you? Are these things you have to have to build this project?
At this point, I mean, I'm a very new guy and certainly would be flexible how this is approached. I mean, the parking is a really big deal. I mean, we get to a point where we get much below this 1.5. I feel like it really affects the marketability of the project. And, you know, the funds that we're asking for, I know, especially with city dollars, it's a lot of money. But we're looking to do what we need to do to compensate and repay the city as quickly as possible on that. But, you know, when you put the financial models together, unfortunately, when you're building a high-end product like this, it is expensive, and there's only so much rent you can get. So this 600,000 really represented the delta between, you know, what we really need on the revenue side and what the building cost us. I will tell you that, you know, once this is a very early stage, obviously, and if we get to a point where either that parking structure is less money than we think, or the building even in general is less money than we think, we can certainly lower that dollar amount and give the city the same revenue share in exchange. But
right, what would happen if you took it 1 or 2 floors off the scale of the project? Yeah.
We looked at it, actually. That's one of the things we're going to be talking to the building department about. We're proposing doing, just like 63, doing a block podium and then wood frame above that. And And once you get below even taking one level off, the financial component of it kind of breaks down. We ended up, it really doesn't work very well. We could go to a lower quality of building, but that's really not the type of developer that we are personally. We like to build, Class A and things that are more landmark buildings. So yeah, it's hard to make it pencil when you're taking floors and units out.
In your negotiation, Paul, I'd kind of like to see that 600,000 repaid back on a gross rather than a net. Some kind of figure. I don't know how that is. I've seen nets manipulated with someone.
Sure, that's a fair point. Yeah, like I said, we're extremely flexible in our approach. As long as we can make the numbers work when the project is achievable, we're really open to how that gets repaid and taken care of.
I'm a little surprised we don't see this city center temple there in the back. That's, people know it's there.
It's been a great parking structure to watch construction administration come from the building. So and as the tower in 63's gone up, we're still sort of gauging it against the spires of the temple building. So I don't think we'll match that high.
Do you get BYU contracted housing for this, or is this kind of above that market?
It's not above it. I mean, interestingly enough, we have BYU students that are living at 63. It's not BYU approved, so there's a dynamic there that that they didn't work out. But it's within the area. Certainly. Yeah. What we're seeing, the BYU students that we're seeing that are attracted to these projects are more, either seniors or grad level based, grad level aged students.
Married couples don't need BYU credit, so that makes a big difference in this. This is not a batching singles type of project.
That's right.
I was pleased to hear you had 100% of the retail lease. Can you share any of those prospects, or are they anonymous at this point?
I don't know if this is a public meeting.
I know we
can't announce it. Another week, Yes, another week, we're actually going to be making a big announcement of that, so we're excited about it. Yeah, you'll be pleased.
Good. One of the white epic announcements.
Yes, we can.
We can make it epic.
We can't top Mayor Curtis.
Any other questions?
Great, thank you.
Very much. Mr. Jones.
Yes. Yes, there's some items that have been requested to be discussed in closed session. Both of those deal with the RDA. So first, a matter of business that we have a motion to adjourn the municipal council and reconvene at the RDA. Closed session. And then the items that have been requested both deal with the sale of property, which is one of the reasons under statute that closed meetings are authorized. So then a motion for closed meeting.
Let me just add, as part of your motion to reconvene the RDA, if you'll note a recess and reconvene the council conference room. It's very often.
Would you like to state that motion, Mr. Taylor?
The wording would be a motion to adjourn as the municipal council and reconvene as a redevelopment agency in the council conference room.
Is that a recess?
With a short recess.
Is that the motion?
Sure. Oh, yes, I apologize, we probably need to close the meeting. Let's redo that again.
Brian, you help. Okay, let's just make a motion right now to adjourn as the council and reconvene as the RDA.
Simple enough. Have that motion. Ms. Santiago, a second. Thank you, Mr. Sewell, a second. All in favor?
And then I would invite a motion to close the meeting of the RDA, but to hold that closed session for the purposes of addressing strategy session regarding the sale of traffic.
So moved. Mr. Ailes made the motion, Mr. Garrett seconded. All in favor?